Have you ever watched a father block his own daughter from entering a church at her grandmother's funeral? Have you ever seen a man hiss, "family only," to his own flesh and blood, then shove her toward the back row, next to the hired help, while 45 mourners pretend not to notice? I have, because I lived it. What that man didn't know was that inside the casket lay a woman who had documented everything, every visit he skipped, every phone call he never made, every birthday he forgot. 847 pages of truth waiting to be read aloud in front of everyone he wanted to impress, and a will that would leave him exactly $1. Hi, I'm Sienna Graves, 34 years old. This is the story of my grandmother's funeral, a $4.7 million inheritance, and the moment my father realized he had underestimated the wrong person. If you're watching this, please subscribe and let me know where you are watching from. The call came at 9:47 on a Tuesday morning. I was in the middle of a client presentation at my firm's Manhattan office, a landscape architecture proposal for a waterfront development in Brooklyn. My phone buzzed against the conference table. I glanced at the screen, expecting my assistant. Instead, I saw a name I hadn't expected: Carmen Rodriguez. Carmen was my grandmother's caregiver. She never called during work hours. I excused myself and stepped into the hallway. "Miss Sienna?" Her voice cracked before she finished my name. "I'm so sorry. Mrs. Eleanor, she passed this morning. At 6:15. The hallway tilted. I pressed my palm against the wall. "She went peacefully," Carmen continued, her accent thickening with emotion. "In her sleep. I found her when I came to give her morning tea. I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. My grandmother, the only person in my family who had ever truly seen me, was gone." "I called you first," Carmen said quietly, "because she asked me to. She made me promise." Something in her words caught me. "First? Before my father?" A pause. Too long. "Your father arrived at 8 o'clock to sign papers." I did the math. My father had known for almost 2 hours. He'd driven to her house, handled paperwork, and never once thought to call me. I learned my grandmother was dead from her caregiver. Not from my father, not from my stepmother, from the woman who changed her bed sheets and made her tea. "Thank you, Carmen," I managed. "Thank you for calling." I ended the presentation early. My client asked if everything was all right. I said, "My grandmother just passed." I didn't say, "And my father didn't bother to tell me." Some truths are too heavy for strangers. That evening, I sat on my apartment floor surrounded by photographs. 3 years ago, Grandma Eleanor had given me an album, her personal collection, spanning decades. "Keep this safe," she'd said, pressing it into my hands. "The truth lives in pictures." I hadn't understood then. I was beginning to now. I counted 47 family photographs from 1998 to 2020. Christmas mornings, Thanksgiving dinners, birthday celebrations, Easter brunches. 47 snapshots of the Graves family through the years. I appeared in 3 of them. 3. And in all 3, it was just me and Grandma Eleanor, photos she'd taken herself, separate from the official family portraits. In the real pictures, the ones framed and displayed, there was my father, Richard, his wife, Marlene, various cousins and aunts. A perfect family unit, smiling for the camera. I was nowhere. A memory surfaced, sharp as broken glass. Christmas 2002. I was 12. Marlene had gathered everyone in front of the tree, arranging them like props in a department store window. "Sienna, sweetie, could you step aside for a moment? I just want to get a family photo." I'd looked at my father, waiting for him to say something. To say, "She is family." He adjusted his tie and smiled for the camera. I flipped to the back of the album. There, tucked between the pages, was a photo I'd almost forgotten. Grandma Eleanor and me, taken in 2021, sitting on her porch swing. On the back, in her elegant cursive, "My real granddaughter, the only one who remembers my birthday." I traced her handwriting with my fingertip. She had seen. All those years of being erased, and she had seen everything. I just didn't know yet how much she'd written down. The next morning, I called my father to ask about the funeral arrangements. He answered on the fourth ring, his voice carrying that particular blend of impatience and condescension I'd known my entire life. Sienna, I was going to call you. No, you weren't, I thought. But I said, I want to help with the arrangements. I can take time off work. Marlene's handling everything. He cut me off like I'd offered to rearrange his sock drawer. It's all taken care of. You just need to show up on time. I'd like to say something at the service, a few words about Grandma. I spent more time with her than anyone these past 7 years. The eulogy's already assigned. Pastor Thompson will speak, and Marlene will say a few words on behalf of the family. Marlene, my stepmother, the woman who had visited Grandma Eleanor maybe 20 times in 15 years, the woman who once asked me at Thanksgiving, "Remind me again how you're related to Eleanor?" She would speak for the family. I would not. Dad, I was with her every week. I called her every night. I think I should. Sienna, his voice hardened. Don't make this complicated. It's a funeral, not a stage. Just come, sit quietly, and don't draw attention to yourself. I gripped the phone so tightly my knuckles ached. Fine, I said, because what else could I say? But before he hung up, something my grandmother told me 6 months ago surfaced in my memory. We'd been sitting in her garden, watching the sunset, and she'd squeezed my hand. I've written it all down, sweetheart, everything, in my journal. I hadn't asked what she meant. Now I wished I had. The night before the funeral, I couldn't sleep. I sat at my desk, staring at a framed photograph of Grandma Eleanor. It was taken last summer on her 83rd birthday. I'd brought her yellow tulips, her favorite, and a homemade lemon cake. In the photo, she was laughing, a smear of frosting on her chin. I opened my calendar app and scrolled back through the years. I'm a meticulous person. Occupational hazard of being an architect. I log everything. 312 visits. That's how many times I'd driven from Manhattan to Westchester to see her since 2017. 45 minutes each way, sometimes in rush hour traffic, sometimes in snow. Every Sunday without fail, and often Wednesdays too. I thought about my father's visits. Carmen had mentioned it once, almost apologetically. Your father came 4 times in the 5 years I've worked here, never stayed more than 20 minutes. 4 visits in 5 years. I'd made more than that in a single month. So why was I the one being pushed to the margins? My phone buzzed. A text from Carmen. Miss Sienna, the lawyer Mr. Morrison wants to see you after the funeral tomorrow. He says it's important. Harold Morrison, Grandma's attorney. A man I'd met only twice, both times at her house. He'd always looked at me with a strange expression, something between curiosity and respect. I didn't know what important meant. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring. But I knew one thing. I would be at that funeral. Not for my father, not for Marlene, for Grandma Eleanor, the woman who had loved me when no one else would. And if they tried to make me feel unwelcome, I would not apologize for existing. Not anymore. March 14th, 2024. The morning of the funeral. I dressed carefully, choosing a simple black dress, the one Grandma Eleanor had given me for my 33rd birthday. Classic and elegant, she'd said when I opened the box. Like you. Around my neck, I fastened my mother's pearl necklace. It was the only thing I had left of Catherine Graves, who died of cancer when I was 8 years old. My father had erased almost every trace of her after he remarried. Photographs removed, belongings donated, her name rarely spoken. But Grandma Eleanor had saved this necklace. She'd hidden it away and given it to me on my 18th birthday, pressing it into my palm with tears in her eyes. Your mother would want you to have this, she'd whispered. Don't let them take her memory from you. I looked at myself in the mirror. The dress, the pearls, the dark circles under my eyes from a sleepless night. Today isn't about you, I told my reflection. Today is about her. I drove 45 minutes to Westchester, the same route I'd taken hundreds of times before. past the strip malls and the subdivisions, through the winding roads lined with bare March trees, until I reached St. Michael's Church. I arrived at 1:45 p.m., 15 minutes early. The parking lot was already filling. I recognized some faces, distant relatives I saw once a decade, old friends of my grandmother's, a few people I didn't know at all. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my car. Whatever happened next, I would face it with dignity. I would say goodbye to the woman who had loved me, and I would not let them see me break. That was the plan anyway. My father stood at the church entrance like a sentry. He wore a charcoal suit, perfectly pressed, his silver hair combed back with precision. He was shaking hands with arriving guests, accepting condolences with a somber nod, the picture of a grieving son. I climbed the stone steps. He saw me coming, and his expression shifted. The practiced sorrow flickered, replaced by something harder. Sienna. He stepped into my path. What are you doing here? It's Grandma's funeral, Dad. He glanced over his shoulder. Aunt Margaret, Grandma Eleanor's younger sister, was watching us from just inside the doorway. He lowered his voice. I didn't think you'd actually come. She was my grandmother. Yes, well. He adjusted his cufflinks, a nervous habit I'd noticed since childhood. The family seating is full. You'll need to sit in the back. I stared at him. I'm her granddaughter. Family only in the front rows. His voice dropped to a hiss, barely audible. You understand. Before I could respond, Marlene appeared at his elbow. She wore a black Chanel suit and an expression of mild surprise, as if she'd discovered an unexpected stain on her carpet. Oh, Sienna, I didn't think you'd make it. Why wouldn't I make it to my own grandmother's funeral? Marlene's smile didn't reach her eyes. Well, you know, you're always so busy with work. She turned to my father. Richard, the Hendersons are asking for you. My father placed a hand on my shoulder, not affectionately but firmly, steering me aside. There's space in the back, he said, near the exit, in case you need to leave early. He walked away before I could answer. Aunt Margaret was still watching. Her expression was unreadable. I walked into the church alone. 45 mourners filled the pews. Soft organ music played. At the front, my grandmother's casket rested beneath a spray of white lilies, her second favorite flower. Yellow tulips were her first, but apparently no one had thought to ask. The front row, my father, Marlene, 3 cousins I barely knew. They sat with their heads bowed, performing grief like actors hitting their marks. I moved toward the second row. My father turned, caught my eye, and shook his head. A small, sharp motion. No. I looked around the church. Every face turned away, suddenly fascinated by their programs or their folded hands. No one would meet my gaze. The back row had 3 occupants. Carmen, dressed in a simple navy dress, a woman I didn't recognize. Later I learned she was the hired driver, and an empty seat. I sat down next to Carmen. She reached over and took my hand, squeezing gently. Mrs. Eleanor would be so sad to see this, she whispered. She can't see it, I said. She's gone. Carmen looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. She sees everything, Miss Sienna. She always did. I didn't understand what she meant. Not yet. The service began. Pastor Thompson spoke about eternal rest and God's grace. Marlene delivered her eulogy, 5 minutes of generic platitudes about a woman she barely knew. She mentioned family 7 times. She didn't mention me once. Through it all, I sat in the last row, next to the caregiver and the hired driver, watching my father accept handshakes and sympathetic nods. Carmen leaned close again. Mr. Morrison, the lawyer, he told me something. He said today, many people will be surprised. I had no idea what she meant, but I was about to find out. Marlene stood at the podium, dabbing her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. Eleanor Graves was an extraordinary woman, she began, her voice trembling with practiced emotion. She loved her family unconditionally. She welcomed me into her home, into her heart, from the very first day I married Richard. I watched her performance with a strange detachment. Every gesture was calculated, the pause for effect, the slight catch in her voice, the way she gripped the podium as if overcome. In her final years, we spent so much time together. She would tell me stories about the old days, about raising Richard, about her dreams for our family's future. A memory surfaced, unbidden. Christmas 2022. I'd asked Grandma Eleanor if Marlene ever called. She'd smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. That woman has called me twice in 10 years, sweetheart. Both times to ask about the house paperwork. Now Marlene was weeping openly, accepting tissues from my father, painting herself as the devoted daughter-in-law. Eleanor will live forever in our hearts, in the hearts of her family. She stepped down from the podium to scattered applause. My father embraced her. Cousins nodded approvingly. Carmen's hand tightened on mine. I noticed Aunt Margaret wasn't clapping. She sat rigid in her pew, watching Marlene with an expression cold enough to frost glass. When Marlene passed her row, Margaret didn't offer condolences. She didn't even look up. Something was happening beneath the surface of this funeral. Currents I couldn't see, pulling in directions I didn't understand. Marlene had used the word family 7 times in 4 minutes. She hadn't used my name at all, but Grandma Eleanor had written everything down, and somewhere in this room, someone knew the truth. After the service, mourners gathered on the church lawn. I stood alone near an old oak tree, watching clusters of people exchange hushed conversations. My father worked the crowd like a politician, accepting embraces and murmured sympathies. He spotted me and broke away from a group of elderly women. His stride was purposeful, his jaw tight. "Satisfied?" he asked when he reached me. "Satisfied with what?" "Coming here, making people notice you." I sat in the back row. I didn't say a word. "You didn't need to. Everyone saw you skulking in like some uninvited guest." "I am not uninvited. She was my grandmother." "She was my mother." He jabbed a finger toward his chest. "Mine, not yours." "I visited her 312 times in 7 years. How many times did you visit?" His face reddened. "You have no right." "4 times. Carmen told me. 4 visits in 5 years, and you never stayed longer than 20 minutes. Carmen is the help. She doesn't know. She knows exactly who showed up and who didn't." For a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Not guilt. My father wasn't capable of guilt. Fear, maybe, or calculation. Before he could respond, a calm voice interrupted us. "Excuse me, Mr. Graves." We both turned. Harold Morrison stood a few feet away, silver-haired and impeccably dressed, holding a leather briefcase. "We need to proceed to my office now," he said. "There's a matter regarding Eleanor's will that requires immediate attention." My father's composure cracked, just for an instant, a flash of something I'd never seen on his face before. "Of course," he said, smoothing his tie. "We'll follow you there." Morrison nodded, then looked at me. "You too, Miss Graves. Eleanor specifically requested your presence." I followed the procession of cars through the winding streets of Westchester. Ahead of me, my father's silver Mercedes moved through traffic with aggressive precision. Through the rear window, I could see Marlene gesturing emphatically, her hands cutting through the air. My father kept shaking his head. They were arguing. About what? I couldn't guess. My phone buzzed. A text from Carmen. "I've been asked to come to the lawyer's office too. I don't understand why." I stared at the message, pieces beginning to shift in my mind. Grandma Eleanor's words from 6 months ago. I've written it all down, everything, in my journal. Carmen's cryptic comment at the funeral. "Today, many people will be surprised. Morrison specifically requesting my presence." And now Carmen, the caregiver, the witness to 7 years of daily life, summoned to a will reading. I thought about the journal. I'd seen it once, on Grandma Eleanor's nightstand. A thick notebook with a navy blue cover, its pages worn soft from use. She'd been writing in it every night for years. What had she written? Who had visited? Who had called? Who had remembered her birthday? Who had forgotten she existed? The Mercedes ahead of me accelerated through a yellow light. I caught it just before it turned red. Through the rear window, I saw Marlene turn around, looking back at my car. Even from this distance, I could read the hostility in her posture. They were scared. Both of them. I could feel it. For the first time since I'd received Carmen's phone call 2 days ago, something other than grief stirred in my chest. Not hope, exactly, but something close. Something that felt like the beginning of an answer. Morrison and Associates occupied a stately brownstone in downtown Westchester. I parked behind my father's Mercedes and followed the group inside. The building smelled of old leather and furniture polish, the scent of money and discretion. The conference room was dominated by a long oak table, surrounded by 12 chairs. Brass wall sconces cast warm light across oil paintings of pastoral landscapes. I counted the attendees as they filed in, my father and Marlene, Aunt Margaret, 2 distant cousins whose names I couldn't remember, 2 elderly men in expensive suits, former business partners of my late grandfather, Carmen, looking uncomfortable in her navy dress, a woman with a notary stamp, Morrison's assistant, and me. 12 people, 12 witnesses to whatever was about to happen. My father claimed the seat at the head of the table as if this were his boardroom, his meeting. Marlene settled beside him, clutching her Hermes bag like a shield. I took a chair at the far end, directly facing my father. Carmen sat next to me, her hands folded tightly in her lap. The door opened. Harold Morrison entered, carrying a large manila envelope and, my breath caught, a thick notebook with a navy blue cover. Grandma Eleanor's journal. He placed both items on the table, surveying the room with the practiced calm of a man who had delivered difficult news many times before. "Thank you all for coming," he said. Eleanor Graves prepared extensively for this day. She had much she wanted to say. He looked directly at me. Something passed between us, acknowledgement perhaps, or warning. "Before I read the will," Morrison continued, "I need to make something clear. This document represents Eleanor's final wishes, notarized and witnessed on January 8, 2024. Its contents are legally binding and cannot be contested." My father's hand trembled slightly as he reached for his water glass. I need to pause here for a moment. If you've ever been treated like an outsider by your own family, pushed aside, overlooked, made to feel invisible, I want you to know you're not alone. Drop a comment below and tell me your story. And if you want to find out what was in that envelope, what my grandmother wrote in that journal, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Trust me, you don't want to miss what happens next. Morrison rested his hand on the Navy journal. "Before I open the will," he said, "Eleanor asked me to explain this." My father leaned forward. "What is that? I've never seen—" "Please don't interrupt, Mr. Graves." Morrison's tone was polite but immovable. "This is Eleanor's personal diary. She kept it from 2017 until her death. 847 pages. Marlene's perfectly shaped eyebrows rose. 800 pages? Of what? Records. Morrison opened the journal to a marked page. Eleanor documented everything. Every visit she received, every phone call, every birthday card, or lack thereof. The room went silent. Morrison began to read. March 15, 2022. Sienna came today with chicken soup and yellow tulips, my favorite. We watched Jeopardy together. She always lets me win. Richard did not call. It has been 4 months. I felt the blood drain from my father's face even from across the table. April 3, 2022, Morrison continued. Sienna called at 7 p.m., as she does every night. We talked about her work, about the garden, about the book she's reading to me. Richard has not visited since Christmas. That was 11 minutes. This is absurd, my father sputtered. My mother was elderly. Her memory... Eleanor's physician, Dr. Patricia Hoffman, certified her as mentally competent on January 8, 2024. Morrison produced a document. This certification is attached to the will. Your mother knew exactly what she was writing, Mr. Graves. Aunt Margaret spoke for the first time. My sister called me every week. She told me everything. Who visited, who didn't. She looked at my father with undisguised contempt. She was sharper than any of us. My father's mouth opened and closed. No words came out. The journal sat on the table like a bomb waiting to detonate. Morrison set down the journal and picked up a single sheet of paper. Eleanor compiled these figures herself, he said. She asked me to read them aloud before opening the will. My father gripped the armrests of his chair. Marlene had gone very still. From 2017 to 2024, Morrison read, Sienna Graves visited Eleanor 312 times. He paused, letting the number settle. Richard Graves visited 4 times. Combined duration, less than 2 hours. A small sound escaped Marlene, something between a gasp and a laugh of disbelief. Phone calls from Sienna, approximately 2,500, nearly every evening for 7 years. I hadn't realized I'd made that many calls. But the math checked out, 7 years, almost every night. Phone calls from Richard, 11. 8 of those were regarding property paperwork. My father stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the hardwood floor. This is a fabrication. My mother was confused. She was, Sit down, Mr. Graves. Morrison's voice didn't rise, but something in it commanded obedience. I'm not finished. Carmen cleared her throat. I can confirm these numbers. Her voice was steady despite the tension in the room. I worked for Mrs. Eleanor for 5 years. I saw who came and who didn't. Aunt Margaret nodded. As can I. My sister told me everything. 2 independent witnesses, 2 people with no financial stake in the outcome, corroborating every word. My father sank back into his chair. For the first time in my life, I saw him look genuinely afraid. Numbers don't lie, Morrison said quietly. Eleanor knew that. She was a school teacher for 40 years. She understood the power of documentation. He reached for the manila envelope. Now, the will. Morrison broke the seal on the envelope with deliberate care. Inside were 3 sheets of heavy cream-colored paper, covered in precise legal language. He spread them on the table, adjusting his reading glasses. The last will and testament of Eleanor Margaret Graves, he began. Executed and notarized on January 8, 2024, in the presence of 2 independent witnesses and a licensed notary public. My father sat rigid, his eyes fixed on the documents. Marlene's hand crept toward his arm, but he didn't seem to notice. I, Eleanor Margaret Graves, being of sound mind and free will, hereby declare this to be my final testament, revoking all previous wills and codicils. Morrison looked up, scanning the room. His gaze lingered on me for just a moment. My estate consists of the following. The residence at 47 Lakeview Drive, Westchester, New York, valued at approximately $2.3 million. The yacht, Lady Eleanor, valued at $890,000. Investment accounts at Vanguard Financial, current balance $1.2 million. My art collection, appraised at $340,000. He paused, letting the figures sink in. Total estate value, approximately $4.73 million. Marlene's grip on her Hermes bag tightened visibly. My father's breathing had become shallow, rapid. I wasn't looking at the documents. I was looking at the photograph on the wall behind Morrison. A black and white image of my grandmother as a young woman, laughing at something just outside the frame. She had known this moment would come. She had prepared for it meticulously, documenting every slight, every absence, every proof of who had truly been there for her. Morrison turned to the second page. I will now read the distribution of assets, he said. Eleanor was very specific about who receives what, and more importantly, why. Article 1, Morrison read, to my son, Richard Allen Graves. My father straightened in his chair, a flicker of his old confidence returning. He smoothed his tie, preparing to receive what he clearly believed was his birthright. Morrison continued without inflection. I leave the sum of $1. The silence that followed was absolute. My father blinked. I'm sorry. What did you say? $1, Mr. Graves. Morrison's expression remained neutral. Eleanor included an explanation, which I am required to read. I leave Richard $1 so that he cannot claim I forgot him. I did not forget. I remember very clearly the 7 years he abandoned me. This is... My father's voice cracked. This is insane. She wasn't in her right mind. The mental competency certification is attached, as I mentioned. Morrison produced another document, signed by Dr. Patricia Hoffman on January 8, 2024. Your mother was evaluated specifically for this purpose. Marlene grabbed my father's arm. Richard, do something. I'll sue, he snarled. I'll contest this in court. On what grounds? Morrison asked calmly. The will is properly executed, witnessed, and notarized according to New York state law. Your mother's mental capacity is documented by a licensed physician. You have no legal standing to challenge these provisions. But I'm her son, her only child. Yes, Morrison agreed. And she left you exactly what she intended to leave you. I watched my father's face cycle through shock, rage, and something I'd never seen there before: humiliation. The man who had spent his life projecting success and status was being stripped bare in front of everyone he'd wanted to impress. Aunt Margaret hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, but a small, grim smile played at the corners of her mouth. My father didn't sit down. His face had turned a mottled crimson, veins pulsing at his temples. This is a conspiracy, he hissed. Someone manipulated her. Someone... His eyes landed on me. You. I met his gaze steadily. I didn't know anything about this. Liar! He slammed his palm on the table. You visited her constantly. You poisoned her against me. I visited her because I loved her. Love? He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. You wanted her money. That's all you ever wanted. I didn't know she had money. I never asked. Richard, Marlene tugged at his sleeve. Everyone is watching. He shook her off. I don't care who's watching. This is my inheritance, my birthright. Aunt Margaret rose to her feet. At 72, she was a small woman, but her presence filled the room. Richard, she said quietly, when was the last time you called your mother? Not about the house, not about paperwork, just to ask if she was okay. I don't have to answer to you. You can't answer, can you? Because you don't remember. Because it's been years. That's not... I talk to my sister every week, Margaret continued. She told me about Sienna, the granddaughter who came every Sunday, who called every night, who brought soup when she was sick. She also told me about you, the son who disappeared. My father's mouth worked soundlessly. Marlene looked at him with an expression I'd never seen before. Not supportive, not defensive, calculating, reassessing. Mr. Graves, Morrison said firmly, if you cannot control yourself, I will have to ask you to leave. We haven't finished reading the will. My father stood frozen, chest heaving, fists clenched at his sides. He had nowhere to go, nothing left to say. And I hadn't spoken a word. My father finally sat, his movements stiff and mechanical. Marlene edged her chair slightly away from him. Morrison waited until the room settled, then continued reading. Article 2. To my granddaughter, Sienna Catherine Graves. He paused, looking at me. Named for her mother, my beloved daughter-in-law Catherine, who was taken from us too soon. I felt tears prick my eyes. My mother's name. She had included my mother's name. I leave the remainder of my estate, the house at 47 Lakeview Drive, the yacht, Lady Eleanor, all investment accounts, the art collection, everything. The words hung in the air. Eleanor included a statement, Morrison said. She wanted me to read it exactly as written. He lifted the page and I heard my grandmother's voice in every word. Sienna is the light of my final years. She did not come for money. She didn't know I had any. She came because she loved me. Every Sunday, rain or shine. Every phone call, even when she was exhausted from work. Every yellow tulip on my birthday. Every bowl of soup when I was ill. She is the only one who remembered that I was still alive. Carmen squeezed my hand under the table. I do not leave her my estate as punishment to Richard. I leave it because she earned it. Not through obligation, but through love. There is a difference. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. The tears fell freely now, and I didn't try to stop them. For the first time in my life, someone in my family had truly seen me, not as a burden, not as an inconvenience, not as the daughter of a dead woman everyone wanted to forget, as someone worthy of love. And she had made sure everyone in this room would know it. Morrison picked up the Navy Journal. "There is one final bequest," he said. "The journal itself." He walked around the table, stopping beside my chair. Eleanor's instructions were explicit. "This journal is to be given to Sienna, and to Sienna alone," she wrote. He consulted a note card. "I give this to my granddaughter not as evidence. The truth has already been told today. I give it so she will know that every visit, every call, every kindness was witnessed and treasured. She was never invisible to me." He placed the journal in my hands. It was heavier than I expected. 847 pages of my grandmother's careful handwriting, documenting 7 years of her life. I opened to the first page. January 1st, 2017. Her elegant script filled the margins. "A new journal for a new year. I begin this record because I want the truth to survive me." I turned to the final entry. March 5th, 2024. 7 days before she died. Sienna called tonight. She asked if I wanted her to read to me. I said yes. She read The Great Gatsby, my favorite since I was a girl. Her voice sounds so much like Catherine's. I will miss that voice. I had read to her for 3 weeks straight. I hadn't known it would be the last thing I ever did for her. But she had known. She had written it down. She had wanted me to understand that every moment mattered. "There is a letter as well," Morrison said quietly. "Carmen has been holding it for you. Eleanor asked that you open it privately when you're ready." I looked at Carmen. She nodded, her eyes glistening. My grandmother had prepared for everything, even her goodbye. My father rose from his chair. His face had transformed. The rage smoothed away, replaced by something soft and pleading. He moved toward me with his arms slightly extended, like a man approaching a skittish animal. "Sienna." His voice dripped with warmth I'd never heard before. "Sweetheart, I'm so happy for you. Mother always loved you. I always knew that." I didn't move. "We're family," he continued, stepping closer. "I know I haven't been perfect, but we can start fresh now. You can come home. To Mother's house, I mean. Your house. We can be a real family again." I looked at him. Really looked. The same man who had blocked me at the church door 3 hours ago. The same man who had hissed "family only" and banished me to the back row. "Home?" I repeated. "Which home?" "Mother's house. The estate. We can all—" "3 hours ago, you told me I wasn't family." He flinched. "I didn't mean— You pushed me to the back row. You let Marlene give the eulogy while I sat next to the hired driver. That was a misunderstanding, was it?" I stood, still holding the journal. 26 years, Dad. 26 years of being erased from photographs, excluded from holidays, treated like an embarrassment. "Sienna, please. You had 26 years to be my father. You chose not to be." His mask slipped, just for a second. Beneath the manufactured tenderness, I saw the calculation, the desperate arithmetic of a man who had just lost $4.7 million and was scrambling to recover it. "We can work this out," he said, reaching for me. "Let me—" He moved to embrace me. I stepped back. Don't. My father's arms hung suspended in empty air. Don't touch me, I said. Sienna, I'm your father. You're the man who fathered me. That's biology. It doesn't make you my father. The room had gone completely still. 12 people watching, barely breathing. You had 26 years to be a father, I continued, my voice steady. You chose to erase me instead. You removed my mother's photographs from the house. You stopped inviting me to holidays. You let your wife treat me like a stranger at family gatherings. Marlene never... You did nothing. For 26 years, you did nothing. And now, because Grandma left me her estate, suddenly you want to start fresh? He opened his mouth, but I wasn't finished. I don't hate you, I said. Hate takes energy I don't want to waste on you. I'm just... done. You can't mean that. I can. And I do. I turned to Morrison. What paperwork do I need to sign? Morrison nodded, a flicker of something like respect in his eyes. We can complete the documentation now, if you prefer. I prefer. I walked past my father without looking back. He grabbed my arm. Sienna, wait. I turned, looked at his hand on my sleeve, then at his face. Let go of me. Something in my voice, the absolute calm of it perhaps, made him release his grip. Don't call me, I said. Don't visit. Don't send letters. We're done. I sat down at Morrison's desk. Behind me, I heard Marlene whispering furiously to my father. I heard Aunt Margaret's quiet voice. Let her go, Richard. You've already lost. I picked up the pen Morrison offered, and I began to sign. This was the moment I'd waited for my entire life. Not the money, but the right to say enough. If you've ever had to set boundaries with a toxic family member, drop A in the comments. I want to know I'm not the only one. And if you want to hear what happened to my father after that day, trust me, there's more. Keep watching. The story isn't over yet. The paperwork took 45 minutes. Morrison guided me through each document with patient precision. The deed transfer for 47 Lakeview Drive, the yacht registration, the investment account forms, the art collection inventory. Each signature felt like a small act of reclamation. Miss Graves, Morrison said as I signed the final page, I need to ask you something. Eleanor anticipated that your father might react poorly to the will's contents. That's an understatement. She made arrangements. He produced a business card. This is a licensed locksmith. Eleanor prepaid for a complete lock change at the house. If you wish, I can have him there within the hour. I stared at the card. My grandmother had thought of everything. Not just the will, but the aftermath. She had known exactly what her son was capable of. Yes, I said. Change the locks today. Morrison nodded, already reaching for his phone. Through the glass partition, I could see my father and Marlene still in the conference room. They weren't speaking to each other. Marlene sat with her arms crossed, staring at the wall. My father slumped in his chair, looking somehow smaller than when we'd arrived. The other attendees had begun to leave. Aunt Margaret paused at the door, caught my eye, and gave me a small nod. The two elderly businessmen shook Morrison's hand and departed without acknowledging my father at all. No one offered Richard condolences. No one shook his hand. The man who had positioned himself as the grieving son, the devoted heir, sat alone and ignored. Eleanor was very clear about one thing, Morrison said, ending his call. She wanted you protected, not just financially, emotionally. She knew this day would be difficult. She knew everything, I said. She always did. I walked out of Morrison's office with the journal pressed against my chest. Carmen was waiting in the hallway. She looked nervous, her hands twisting together. Miss Sienna, may I speak with you? Of course, Carmen. She glanced toward the conference room, where my father still sat motionless. Then she stepped closer, lowering her voice. Mrs. Eleanor, she loved you like a daughter. In the end, she only talked about you. About your voice when you read to her. About the tulips you always brought. I felt my throat tighten. Thank you for taking care of her. You don't need to thank me. Carmen hesitated. But there's something else. Mrs. Eleanor asked me to keep something for you. Not in the will, private. She reached into her bag and produced a small envelope. My grandmother's handwriting on the front. For Sienna. Open when you're ready. I took it carefully, feeling the weight of paper inside. She wrote it 1 week before she passed, Carmen said. She told me, this is what I couldn't put in the legal documents, the things that are only for her. I slipped the envelope into my pocket, next to my heart. Thank you, Carmen, for everything. She nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. You were good to her, Miss Sienna. She was happy because of you. I want you to know that. Behind us, the conference room door opened. My father's voice strained and desperate. Sienna, wait. I didn't turn around. Goodbye, Carmen, I said. I'll be in touch about the house. I walked toward the exit, my grandmother's journal in my arms, her letter in my pocket. Behind me, I heard my father calling my name. I didn't look back, didn't look. The March afternoon sun hit my face as I stepped outside. I stood on the brownstone's front steps, breathing in the cool air. For the first time in days, maybe longer, I felt something other than grief. Not happiness exactly, but something lighter, something like freedom. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Sienna, this is Aunt Margaret. I got your number from Harold. I'd like to see you when you're ready. Your grandmother talked about you constantly. I think we should get to know each other. She would have wanted that. I read the message twice, a small smile forming. Grandma Eleanor had talked about me. To her sister, to Carmen, probably to anyone who would listen. While my father pretended I didn't exist, she had been telling people about her granddaughter, the one who visited, the one who called, the one who remembered. I typed a reply. I'd like that too, Aunt Margaret. I'll call you this week. Behind me, the door burst open. Sienna! My father's voice ragged and desperate. We need to talk. Marlene's sharp tone cut him off. Richard, stop. You're making a scene. I don't care about scenes. That's my mother's money. It's not your money anymore. It never was. I didn't turn around. I walked to my car, unlocked it, and slid into the driver's seat. Through the rearview mirror, I could see them on the steps. My father, mouth open, one arm reaching toward my departing car. Marlene, standing apart from him, arms crossed, her expression cold. I started the engine. The last thing I saw before I pulled away was my father, frozen on the brownstone steps, watching me leave. He didn't follow. He had nothing left to offer. 3 weeks after the funeral, I was unpacking boxes in my grandmother's house. My house now. The locksmith had come the same day as the will reading. The security company had installed new cameras 2 days later. I'd spent the first week just walking through the rooms, touching the furniture, remembering. My phone rang. Aunt Margaret. Sienna, I thought you should know something about Richard and Marlene. I set down the photo frame I'd been holding, a picture of my grandmother and grandfather on their wedding day. What happened? Marlene filed for divorce last Tuesday. It's already in the county records. I sat down slowly on the edge of the sofa. Divorce? Apparently, she didn't know Richard had been cut out of Eleanor's will until the reading. She thought she was marrying into money. Margaret's voice carried a grim satisfaction. When she found out the truth, that he'd been lying about his relationship with his mother for years, she was displeased. I didn't know she had grounds for divorce. She's claiming fraud, misrepresentation of assets during the marriage. Her lawyers are good. I thought about Marlene at the will reading, the way she'd looked at my father when the truth came out. Not with sympathy, with reassessment. There's more, Margaret continued. The story's gotten around Westchester, the real estate community, the country club crowd. Everyone knows what happened. That Richard abandoned his mother for 7 years and got written out of her will. I didn't tell anyone. You didn't have to. 12 people were in that room. News like that travels fast. She paused. No one wants to do business with a man who abandons his elderly mother. It's bad for reputation. The consequences were landing, one by one. I hadn't asked for revenge, but the truth had its own momentum. That night, I sat alone in the living room. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, the same fireplace where my grandmother had sat with me so many times, sharing tea and stories. The house was quiet, peaceful in a way my apartment in Manhattan never was. I took out the envelope Carmen had given me. For 3 weeks, I'd carried it with me, not quite ready to open it. Now, surrounded by my grandmother's things, I was ready. I broke the seal and unfolded the letter. My dearest Sienna, if you're reading this, I'm gone, and you've heard what I left you in the will. I want you to understand something. I didn't leave you my estate to punish Richard. I left it to you because you deserve it, because you loved me without condition, without expectation, without ever asking what you might receive in return. You are so much like your mother. The same eyes, the same heart. When Catherine died, I thought I would never recover. But then I watched you grow, watched you become kind despite cruelty, strong despite neglect, loving despite receiving so little love in return. Richard was my son. I loved him once. But love doesn't excuse abandonment. It doesn't erase 7 years of silence, of empty promises, of choosing comfort over duty. You chose differently. Every Sunday visit, every phone call, every yellow tulip, you chose me, and I chose you. Don't waste your energy on guilt. Don't let Richard make you feel you've taken something that wasn't yours. You earned this, not through obligation, but through love. Live well, my darling girl. That's the best way to honor my memory. All my love, forever, Grandma Eleanor. I pressed the letter to my chest and wept. For the first time since she died, I let myself truly grieve. 1 month after the funeral, my father called. I was at my desk in Manhattan reviewing blueprints for a new project. His number appeared on my screen. I hadn't blocked it yet, though I'd considered it. Something made me answer. Sienna. His voice sounded different, tired, hollow. Can we talk? You have 2 minutes. A long exhale. I'm sorry. I know I've made mistakes. I know I wasn't the father I should have been. I waited. Marlene left me. The divorce is going to take everything. My reputation is destroyed. No one in Westchester will work with me anymore. His voice cracked. I have no one, Sienna. You're all I have left. I'm not yours to have. Please, I'll change. I'll do better. Just give me a chance. You had 26 years of chances. You spent them erasing me from your life. I was wrong. I admit it. But I'm your father. You're the man who blocked me from my grandmother's funeral, who made me sit in the back row with the hired help, who let your wife give the eulogy while I wasn't allowed to speak. Silence. You're not calling because you're sorry, I said. You're calling because you're alone, because Marlene left and your friends disappeared and you have no one else to turn to. That's not, it is, and I understand, but I'm not your backup plan. I'm not your last resort. Sienna, please, don't call again. I ended the call. Then I blocked his number. I sat for a long moment, staring at my phone. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel vindicated. I just felt finished. 26 years of waiting for a father who would never come. It was time to stop waiting. The following weekend, I drove to Connecticut. Aunt Margaret lived in a small colonial house surrounded by gardens and yellow tulips, dozens of them, bright against the spring soil. Eleanor's favorite, Margaret said, following my gaze as she opened the door. I plant them every year, for her. She embraced me, a real embrace, warm and unhesitating. It felt foreign after so many years of family members who barely acknowledged my existence. We sat in her kitchen, drinking tea from china cups that had belonged to my grandmother's mother. The afternoon light slanted through lace curtains. Eleanor talked about you constantly, Margaret said. Every phone call, every visit, she told me everything. Sienna brought soup today. Sienna read to me last night. Sienna remembered my birthday when no one else did. I didn't know she told you. She told everyone who would listen. Margaret smiled, but her eyes were sad. She was so proud of you, of the woman you'd become, despite everything. Despite Richard, you mean? Despite all of it, your mother's death, the way you were treated afterward, the erasure. She reached across the table and took my hand. You didn't deserve any of that, Sienna. None of it was your fault. I'd waited 34 years to hear those words from a family member. Eleanor saved something else for you, Margaret said. Something she didn't put in the will. She left the room and returned with a small wooden box. Inside, photographs. Dozens of them. My mother and grandmother together. My mother holding me as a baby. My mother on her wedding day, radiant and young. Eleanor kept these hidden, Margaret said. She knew Richard would have destroyed them. She wanted you to have them someday. My mother's face smiled up at me from 30 years ago. I finally had her back. 3 months after the funeral, I sat across from Harold Morrison in his office. I've been thinking about what to do with the estate, I said. I want to create something lasting, something that would make Grandma Eleanor proud. Morrison leaned back in his chair, a slight smile on his face. What did you have in mind? A scholarship fund, the Eleanor Graves Memorial Scholarship. For children who've lost a parent, specifically kids who've been marginalized by their remaining family. Kids like I was. He nodded slowly. That's a beautiful idea. How would you like to structure it? The investment accounts generate approximately $60,000 annually in returns. I want all of that to go towards scholarships, full tuition for students who qualify. Morrison made notes on his legal pad. We can establish a foundation, tax-exempt status, proper governance. Eleanor would have approved. There's more. I leaned forward. The house. I'm keeping it. But I want to open it up on weekends for charity events. Local organizations, fundraisers, community gatherings. Grandma Eleanor loved having people in her home. The house shouldn't sit empty. You've thought this through. I've had 3 months to think. I paused. She didn't leave me money so I could hoard it. She left it because she trusted me to do something meaningful with it. Morrison set down his pen. You know, Miss Graves, I've been practicing estate law for 40 years. I've seen inheritances tear families apart, turn decent people into monsters. He looked at me with something like respect. This is the first time I've seen someone receive a fortune and immediately ask how to give it away. I'm not giving it away, I said. I'm turning it into a legacy. There's a difference. He smiled. Eleanor chose well. One Saturday afternoon, I took the Lady Eleanor out on Long Island Sound. The yacht was 42 feet of polished mahogany and gleaming brass, maintained with obvious love. My grandmother had named it after herself, a small vanity she'd permitted herself after decades of putting everyone else first. I stood at the helm, watching the Connecticut shoreline recede. The wind caught my hair, carrying the salt smell of open water. A memory surfaced. I was 10 years old, standing on this same deck. My grandmother had let me steer while she pointed out landmarks along the coast. The ocean doesn't judge anyone, sweetheart, she'd said. It just listens. I'd been too young to understand what she meant. Now at 34, I finally did. I cut the engine and let the yacht drift. From my bag, I took a single yellow tulip, purchased that morning from a florist in Westchester. I held it over the water. For you, Grandma Eleanor, and for Mom. I let it fall. The tulip floated on the gentle waves, drifting slowly away until it was just a spot of gold against the blue. I watched until I couldn't see it anymore. Then I went below deck and retrieved the journal from my bag. I opened to a random page. July 12th, 2019. Sienna took me sailing today. She said, Grandma, I love you. I said, I know. But I didn't tell her that every time she says those words, my heart grows a little warmer. She had known. Every visit, every call, every small kindness. She had written it all down because she wanted me to understand that none of it was invisible. None of it was wasted. I closed the journal and watched the sun set over the water. 6 months after the funeral, I hosted my first dinner party at the house. The dining room glowed with candlelight. Around the table sat Aunt Margaret, Carmen, two colleagues from my firm, and David, a fellow architect I'd met on a waterfront project 3 months earlier. We'd been dating for 6 weeks. He was kind, thoughtful, and completely unimpressed by the estate I'd inherited. When I told him the story, he'd simply said, "Your grandmother sounds like she was an amazing woman." No calculation, no angle, just genuine response. Margaret raised her glass. To Sienna, and to Eleanor, who saw what the rest of us missed. Everyone drank. The room filled with warmth and laughter, sounds this house hadn't heard in years. After dinner, David helped me clear the dishes. We stood side by side at the kitchen sink, the same sink where my grandmother had washed countless meals. "This is a beautiful home," he said. "It was my grandmother's. Now it's mine. You seem peaceful here." I considered the word peaceful. 6 months ago, I'd been sitting in the back row of a funeral, invisible to my own family. Now I stood in a kitchen full of people who had chosen to be here, not because of obligation or inheritance, but because they wanted to know me. "I am peaceful," I said, "for the first time in a long time." He smiled and handed me a plate to dry. Through the window, I could see the garden, dormant now in the autumn chill, but I'd already planned what I would plant in spring. Yellow tulips, of course, rows of them, bright against the dark soil. A legacy of color, a promise kept. This was my family now, not the one I was born into, but the one I'd built. I stand at the window of my grandmother's house, looking out at the lake. It's been 6 months since the funeral, 6 months since I sat in the back row, invisible. 6 months since the will was read and everything changed. My grandmother left me $4.7 million. But the most valuable thing she gave me wasn't money. It was the truth, documented in 847 pages of her own handwriting. The truth that I was seen, that I was loved, that I mattered. My father hasn't called since I blocked his number. I heard through Aunt Margaret that he moved to Florida, living alone in a rented apartment. Whether he's found remorse or simply run out of people to blame, I don't know. And honestly, I don't care anymore. For 26 years, I waited for him to see me, to acknowledge me, to love me the way a father should love a daughter. I'm done waiting. Here's what I've learned. You can't force someone to love you, but you can choose who gets access to your life. You can set boundaries without guilt. You can walk away from people who hurt you, even if they share your blood. Family isn't just about genetics. It's about who shows up, who calls, who remembers your birthday, who brings soup when you're sick. My grandmother taught me that, and I will spend the rest of my life honoring her lesson. If you've ever been overlooked by your family, made to feel invisible, unworthy, less than, I want you to know, you are not alone, and you deserve better. Thank you for staying until the end of my story. If this resonated with you, please subscribe and share your own experience in the comments. I read every single one. Until next time, thank you for being here through this entire journey. If you've ever had to set boundaries with toxic family members, I want to hear your story. Drop a comment below. Your experiences matter, and you're not alone in this. If you want more stories like this one, hit subscribe and turn on notifications. There are more videos linked in the description. I'll see you in the next story. Take care of yourselves. What would you do if you came home for Thanksgiving to find your 72-year-old mother dying alone in bed while your brother was sipping cocktails on a luxury cruise? I faced exactly that nightmare last November. The house was dark, silent, and Mom was barely breathing on her deathbed, completely abandoned. The only sign of my brother Marcus? A note on the kitchen counter. Mom-in-law invited us on a cruise. You'll take care of Mom. She needs you. But when I rushed to Mom's side, ready to call 911, she opened one eye and whispered something that changed everything. "Shall we begin?" That's when I discovered the truth. My mother, a retired federal judge, hadn't been dying at all. She'd been documenting 5 years of my brother's neglect, waiting for the perfect moment to expose him. And she was protecting an $8.7 million inheritance he didn't even know existed. I'm Holly Thorne, 38 years old, and over the next 4 days, my dying mother and I orchestrated the most devastating Thanksgiving revenge that left my brother begging for mercy in front of 127 family members. If you're watching this, please subscribe and let me know where you are watching from. The 3-hour drive from Boston to my childhood home in Wellesley had become a monthly ritual I couldn't escape. Every holiday for 15 years, same story. I handle Mom while Marcus handles his image. As I pulled into the driveway that November afternoon, I couldn't help but notice Marcus's BMW was missing. Again. You'd think being the only one who actually showed up would count for something. But at last year's Thanksgiving gathering, while I was cleaning Mom's kitchen after cooking for 12 relatives, Marcus stood in the living room accepting praise from our wealthy cousin, Robert Thorne. Such a devoted son, Robert had said, clapping Marcus on the shoulder. Margaret is lucky to have you looking after her. Marcus had actually smiled and replied, "Family comes first, Uncle Robert, always has." Meanwhile, Diane, his wife, had cornered me by the dishwasher. Must be nice having so much free time, Holly. No husband, no kids at 38. No wonder you can pop over here whenever. She'd said it loud enough for everyone to hear, and the room had gone quiet for just a moment. That particular kind of silence that meant everyone agreed but was too polite to say so. The irony? Marcus hadn't visited Mom in 3 months. I had the gas receipts, the grocery bills, the pharmacy runs all documented in my phone. But pointing that out would make me seem petty, wouldn't it? The successful lawyer who couldn't find a man, jealous of her younger brother's perfect family. As I grabbed my overnight bag from the trunk, I noticed the mail overflowing from Mom's box. 3 days' worth at least. My stomach tightened. Marcus had promised he'd check on her before leaving. The mailbox should have been my first warning. The second was the darkened windows. Mom always kept the porch light on, even during the day. It was one of her quirks from her judge days, something about maintaining presence. Inside my purse, my phone buzzed. A text from Patricia, another cousin. "Marcus says you're being difficult about Thanksgiving again. Really, Holly?" I almost laughed. Marcus had been spinning stories since we were kids, but his masterpiece was convincing the entire Thorne family that he was Mom's primary caregiver. At every family gathering, he'd arrive late with elaborate excuses about Mom's medications or Mom's appointments. Appointments I'd actually taken her to the week before. The worst part? Mom never corrected him. Not once. She'd sit there in her wheelchair, which she only used at family events, another detail nobody seemed to notice, and smile benignly while Marcus played the martyr. "Oh, Mom's having a tough week," he'd say, patting her hand. "But we're managing, aren't we, Mom?" Last Christmas, he'd actually brought a PowerPoint presentation, I kid you not, showing his caregiving schedule, complete with color-coded charts. The family had been impressed. Robert Thorne had even mentioned putting Marcus in charge of the family's charitable foundation. "We need more young men like you," he'd said. "Men who understand duty." That same Christmas, I'd spent 4 hours in the ER with Mom after she'd had a dizzy spell. Marcus? He was in Vail, posting Instagram photos of his kids skiing. But according to his PowerPoint, he'd been coordinating Mom's care remotely. My key turned in the lock, and the door swung open to darkness. "Mom?" I called out. The house smelled wrong, stale, forgotten. "Mom, it's Holly." The silence that answered made my blood run cold. I found her on the bedroom floor, crumpled beside her antique dresser like a discarded coat. My hands shook as I dropped to my knees, checking for a pulse. It was there, weak but steady. "Mom! Mom, can you hear me?" I reached for my phone, already dialing 911, when something made me pause. Her left eye. It had opened, just barely, and then... Did she just wink at me? Before I could process that, I spotted the note on her nightstand. Marcus's handwriting, that lazy scrawl he'd never bothered to improve. Mom-in-law invited us on a cruise. 10 days in the Caribbean. You'll handle Mom. She needs you. Already cleared it with my office. Thanks, sis. M. The paper was dated 3 days ago. 3 days. Don't call them, sweetheart, Mom whispered, her voice surprisingly clear for someone who'd supposedly been lying here for days. Not yet. I stared at her, phone still in hand, the emergency operator's voice tinny and distant. 911, what's your emergency? I'm sorry, I said into the phone, my eyes locked on Mom's. False alarm. My mother just... She's okay. I hung up, my mind racing. Mom pushed herself up on one elbow, her movements careful but not weak. Not weak at all. Help me to the chair, Holly, she said. And there was something in her voice I hadn't heard in years. Not the fragile widow everyone saw at family gatherings. This was Judge Margaret Thorne, the woman who'd made prosecutors cry in her courtroom. As I helped her up, I noticed the small camera in the corner of her bedroom, its red light blinking steadily. Then another by the door. How had I never seen those before? We need to talk, Mom said, and we have 4 days to prepare. Mom settled into her wingback chair with the grace of a queen taking her throne. The transformation was unsettling, from helpless elderly woman to strategic mastermind in seconds. 5 years, she began, pouring herself tea from a thermos I hadn't noticed before. 5 years I've been documenting everything, every missed appointment, every excuse, every time Marcus took money from my purse thinking I wouldn't notice. She gestured to a laptop on her bed, already open. The screen showed a grid of video feeds from around the house. 312 video clips, Holly. All dated, all time-stamped. Would you like to see my favorite? It's from last month when he told Robert I was too confused to manage my own medications, while simultaneously rifling through my desk looking for bank statements. I sank onto the bed, overwhelmed. Mom, why didn't you say something? To whom? The family who thinks Marcus walks on water? The son-in-law of Nancy Morrison, who sits on 3 charity boards with Robert? She smiled, but it wasn't warm. No, dear. I needed him to hang himself publicly, and thanks to this cruise, he finally has. She pulled out a folder from beside her chair. Medical records from Mass General, each one stamped and dated. 47 documented instances where Marcus declined to take me to scheduled appointments. His signature on every refusal form. He never read what he was signing, just wanted the paperwork done quickly. But Mom, this is... I trailed off, looking at the evidence of years of neglect. Exactly what I needed, she finished. You see, Holly, your father's trust has very specific conditions about inheritance. Conditions Marcus never bothered to read, but you, my detail-oriented daughter, probably memorized years ago. $8.7 million, Mom said, watching my face carefully. That's what your father left in trust with the Massachusetts Judicial Foundation. I nearly dropped the medical records I was holding. 8 point... Mom, what are you talking about? Dad's estate was settled years ago. The public estate, yes, but your father was smarter than that. She pulled out a document bearing the letterhead of Baker McKenzie Law Firm. This trust was separate, with one very specific condition. It can only be inherited by a family member who demonstrates, quote, continuous familial responsibility for a minimum of 5 consecutive years. Any break in that pattern longer than 14 days disqualifies the heir permanently. My eyes scanned the document, dated 2019, witnessed by 3 senior partners. Marcus doesn't know about this? Marcus knows there's money? He's been hunting for it like a bloodhound. Why do you think he makes such a show at family gatherings? He's performing for an audience of 1, me. Or so he thinks. Mom's smile was sharp. The annual family gathering is November 28th this year. 127 confirmed attendees at the Ritz-Carlton. Marcus has already RSVP'd. He never misses a chance to play the devoted son. And you want to? I want you to inherit what you've earned, Holly. But more than that, I want Marcus to understand that actions have consequences. In front of everyone who's enabled his fiction for years. She leaned forward. William Hartley. You remember Judge Hartley? He's been holding the original trust documents. He'll be at the gathering. The weight of what she was proposing settled on my shoulders. Mom, this could destroy him. No, dear, she corrected. Marcus destroyed himself. We're just going to document it. If you've ever been the responsible one while your siblings got all the credit, you'll understand what I felt in that moment. The years of sacrifice, the thankless holidays, the constant criticism, all while Marcus played the golden child. Have you experienced something similar? Let me know in the comments below. And please, hit that subscribe button if you want to hear how this all played out. Mom's phone rang at exactly 6 p.m. She handed it to me with a knowing look. Show time, she mouthed. Holly? Thank God you're there. Marcus's voice was bright, casual, with the sound of steel drums in the background. How's Mom doing? How do you think she's doing, Marcus? Come on, don't be dramatic. She's fine. She has you. A pause, then quieter. She is fine, right? You left her alone for 3 days before I got here. She said she'd be fine. Look, Diane's mother spent a fortune on this cruise. It's the first vacation we've had in 2 years. That was a lie. I'd seen their Cancun photos from June. Besides, you're the one with the flexible lawyer schedule. I've got 2 kids, Holly. Before I could respond, Diane's voice cut in. She must have grabbed the phone. We deserve this vacation, Holly. We work hard, unlike some people who can just work from home whenever they want. You don't have kids. You don't understand the pressure we're under. Diane, Mom could have what? She's fine, isn't she? You're there now. Problem solved. Her tone turned syrupy. We'll be back December 1st. Thanks for understanding. Oh, and Marcus already called Robert to let him know you're handling Thanksgiving prep this year. Bye. The line went dead. Mom had been recording the whole thing on her laptop. Did you catch the part where he said I told him I'd be fine? She asked. I was at my neurologist appointment that day, the one he was supposed to drive me to. I have the appointment card and the Uber receipt. 3 days ago. He'd booked this cruise 3 months ago, according to the confirmation email Mom had somehow gotten from his account. Let him enjoy the water, Mom said. He'll be drowning soon enough. Within 2 hours, the family phone tree had activated. Robert Thorne called first, his voice dripping with disapproval, but not for who I expected. Holly, Marcus tells me you're being difficult about helping your mother. This is really disappointing. I'm sorry, what did Marcus say exactly? That he asked you weeks ago to cover Thanksgiving so he could take his family on a well-deserved vacation, and you're now making a fuss about it. Your mother needs stability, not drama. Before I could respond, he continued. Patricia mentioned you've been jealous of Marcus's family situation. Don't let your personal issues affect Margaret's care. 6 more calls followed in rapid succession. Each relative had gotten a slightly different story, but the theme was consistent. Holly was being selfish. Holly was jealous. Holly was making Marcus's life difficult when all he did was sacrifice for their mother. Cousin Patricia's was the worst. Marcus said you refused to help unless he paid you. That's low, Holly, even for someone in your situation. My situation? Well, 38, single, no children. Marcus says you've been taking out your frustrations on the family. Mom listened to each call on speaker, taking notes in her judicial notebook, the same kind she'd used on the bench. Her face remained neutral, but I saw her hand tighten around her pen when Diane's mother called. That poor boy, Nancy Morrison simpered, working so hard to care for Margaret, and his own sister won't give him a single break. I told him he should look into power of attorney. Maybe it's time someone more responsible took charge. After the 7th call, Mom closed her notebook. They've given us everything we need, she said. Each one of them is on record supporting Marcus's version of events. When the truth comes out, they'll have to face their own complicity. The key, Mom said, pulling out a whiteboard she'd hidden behind the dresser, is to let them think you're weak until the moment you're not. She'd mapped out the entire family gathering like a military operation, the seating chart, the speaking order, even the moment when Marcus traditionally gave his toast about family values, right after the Thorn Foundation updates. Marcus always speaks at 3:15 p.m. exactly. He likes the post-lunch energy when everyone's had wine but isn't tired yet. That's when you'll stand up. Mom, I'm not sure I can. You argued before the Massachusetts Supreme Court last year and won. You can handle your brother. She pulled up a video on her laptop. Watch this. From last year's gathering. The footage showed Marcus at the podium, confident and glowing. Family means everything to me, he was saying. Watching Mom age has been difficult, but I'm honored to be the one she relies on. Some people choose career over family. The camera caught him glancing at me. But I've always known what really matters. The crowd had applauded. Robert Thorne had actually wiped away a tear. This year, Mom continued, William Hartley will arrive at 3:00 p.m. with the trust documents. I've asked him to wait in the back until you give the signal. The hotel's AV team has been notified that you'll need the projection system. I told them you're presenting a family tribute video. You've thought of everything. I've had 5 years to plan, dear, and 30 years on the bench taught me that evidence without presentation is just paper. She squeezed my hand. Let them think you're the same pushover they've always known. Then show them who you really are. What if Marcus doesn't come back from the cruise? Mom smiled. Oh, he'll come back. I guarantee it. The next morning, I made 3 crucial calls from Mom's study while she rested upstairs, actually organizing her video evidence into a devastating presentation. Judge Hartley, this is Holly Thorne. Holly, how's my favorite former clerk, and how's your mother? That's actually why I'm calling. I explained what we needed, keeping my voice professional despite my racing heart. His silence lasted 10 seconds. Then, I've been waiting 5 years for this call. The documents are in my safe. I'll be at the Ritz-Carlton at 3 p.m. sharp. The second call was to Baker McKenzie. The senior partner, James Fitzgerald, confirmed what I'd suspected. We've been maintaining copies of all trust-related documents as requested by Judge Thorne. Everything is notarized and court admissible. I'm emailing you the full portfolio now. Check your secure inbox. The email contained 43 pages of meticulously documented evidence, every signature authenticated, every date verified. Marcus's name appeared nowhere as a beneficiary unless he met the conditions he'd violated 47 times. The third call was to Mass General's Records Department. Ms. Thorne, we have the complete file your mother requested, 5 years of appointment records, all showing Mr. Marcus Thorne as the declining party for transport and care. Each one is stamped and verified by our legal department. Mom appeared in the doorway as I hung up. The cloud backup is complete. 312 videos, all uploaded to a private server with redundant backups. Even if Marcus somehow found out and tried to delete the local files, we're protected. You know, I said, looking at the mountain of evidence, most people would call this overkill. Most people haven't spent 30 years watching guilty people walk free because someone forgot to document one crucial detail. When you strike at a king, dear, you'd better not miss. Marcus called again that evening, his tone noticeably different. The background noise was quieter. He'd found somewhere private. Holly, I need you to be straight with me. Has Mom said anything unusual? Unusual how? Just, has she mentioned anything about Dad? About money? So he was fishing. Mom's barely conscious half the time, Marcus. You'd know that if you were here. Don't start. Look, I know there's something. Dad was too smart to leave everything in the basic estate. I've been going through old papers, and there are references to a second trust. And you're calling me about this from your cruise because I need to know if Mom said anything. Diane thinks... He caught himself. It doesn't matter what Diane thinks. Just... Has Mom mentioned any lawyers visiting? Any documents? I glanced at Mom, who was listening on speaker. She nodded slowly. No lawyers, Marcus. Though Judge Hartley called to check on her, said he might stop by the family gathering to pay his respects. The silence on Marcus's end stretched uncomfortably long. Hartley. Right. He and Dad were close. Marcus, is everything okay? You sound worried. Just, just keep an eye on things, okay? And Holly? Don't sign anything. Don't let Mom sign anything. Not until I get back. I thought you trusted me to handle everything. I do. Diane wants to make sure everything is properly managed. You understand? After he hung up, Mom pulled up another video on her laptop. It was from 2 years ago. Marcus, in her study, photographing pages from her personal files while she was supposedly napping. He's been hunting for years, she said. Let him wonder what we know. Desperate people make mistakes. November 26th, 2 days before the gathering, Marcus burst through Mom's front door like a man on fire. He'd cut his cruise short by 4 days. Mom! He rushed past me in the hallway, arms full of expensive flowers and a Hermes scarf. I'm so sorry I left you. The performance was Oscar-worthy. He knelt beside her chair, tears actually forming in his eyes. When Holly told me how sick you were, I immediately booked a flight home. Diane understood. She said family comes first. Mom played her part perfectly, letting her hand shake as she reached for him. Marcus, you came back. Of course I did. I should never have left. He shot me a look over Mom's head. Holly should have called me sooner. Thank God I decided to check in. Within an hour, he'd posted on Facebook. Rushed home from vacation to be with Mom. Some things matter more than beaches and sunshine. Family is everything. Blessed, family first. The comments poured in immediately. Robert Thorne. This is why you're such an inspiration, Marcus. Patricia. Your mother is lucky to have you. Nancy Morrison. My daughter married the best man. What the commenters didn't see was Marcus rifling through Mom's desk while she napped, or him checking her phone for recent calls. They didn't see him corner me in the kitchen an hour later. Did anyone visit while I was gone? Any lawyers? Any paperwork? Marcus, you literally just posted about rushing home to care for Mom, and you're interrogating me about lawyers? I'm just making sure everything is in order, for Mom's sake. He'd brought a suitcase full of props, medical supplies he'd never use, a blood pressure cuff still in its packaging, even a wheelchair he'd clearly just purchased. The receipts were still in the bag. For the gathering, he explained. Mom needs to look properly cared for. November 28th arrived crisp and bright. The Ritz-Carlton's ballroom gleamed with crystal chandeliers and old money confidence. 127 members of the extended Thorne family filled the space, their conversations a symphony of privilege and presumption. Marcus had positioned Mom's wheelchair, the one she didn't need, at the head table, where everyone could see him tenderly adjusting her blanket every few minutes. He'd even hired a private nurse for the day, who stood uselessly nearby while he made a show of checking Mom's vitals. At exactly 3:15 p.m., Robert Thorne called Marcus to the podium for his traditional toast. Marcus rose slowly, making sure everyone noticed how he carefully tucked Mom's blanket before leaving her side. Family, he began, his voice catching with practiced emotion, is not just about blood. It's about showing up. It's about sacrifice. He paused, letting his eyes sweep the room. For the past 5 years, I've had the honor of being my mother's primary caregiver. It hasn't been easy. There have been sleepless nights, missed opportunities, vacations cut short. He glanced at me. While some chase career ambitions, I've chosen a different path, a harder path. The crowd murmured appreciatively. Nancy Morrison dabbed at her eyes. Just this week, Marcus continued, I cut short a long-planned cruise because Mom needed me, because that's what you do for family. You show up, you sacrifice, you put their needs before your own. The applause started slowly, building to enthusiasm. Someone shouted, "Hear, hear!" Marcus basked in it, his smile humble but satisfied. I don't do it for recognition. I do it because it's right. Because someday, I hope my children will remember that their father understood what truly mattered. That's when I stood up, my laptop under my arm. I'd like to add something to Marcus's beautiful speech. Marcus's smile flickered but held. Of course, Holly, though I wasn't aware you'd prepared anything. I walked toward the podium, and he leaned into the microphone before I could reach it. My sister Holly has had a difficult time accepting my role as mom's caregiver. As many of you know, she's 38, unmarried, no children. Sometimes people in that situation struggle with family dynamics. A few uncomfortable chuckles rippled through the crowd. Diane stood up from her seat, adding, Holly's always been career-focused. We don't judge her for it, but it does mean she doesn't understand the sacrifices parents make. That's right, Marcus continued, emboldened. While I've been bathing Mom, managing her medications, driving her to appointments, Holly appears once a month for a few hours. But we don't hold it against her. Not everyone is built for caregiving. Robert Thorne nodded approvingly. Marcus, your grace under pressure is admirable. Thank you, Uncle. Marcus's voice grew softer, more martyred. It's been especially hard this week. I had to abandon a cruise that Diane's mother generously gifted us, our first vacation in years, because Holly couldn't handle Mom alone for a few days. But that's what real family does. We show up, even when others won't. The nurse he'd hired looked confused, probably wondering why she'd been paid to stand around doing nothing while Marcus performed for the crowd. Holly, Marcus said, turning to me with false concern, maybe you should sit down. You look overwhelmed. I know public speaking isn't your strong suit. I reached the podium, setting my laptop on the side table. The AV team, as promised, had the projection screen ready. You're right, Marcus, I said calmly into the microphone. I should probably let the evidence speak for itself. This was it. The moment I'd been pushed too far. Standing in that ballroom with 127 relatives watching, being painted as the selfish sister while Marcus played saint. Every responsible family member knows this feeling. The gaslighting, the public humiliation, the rewritten history. If you've been there, drop a comment. And remember to subscribe, because what happened next changed our family forever. I have something to share about caregiving, I said, connecting my laptop to the projection system. The screen behind me flickered to life. About what it really looks like versus what people claim it looks like. Marcus's face had gone pale. Holly, this isn't the time. When is the time, Marcus? When you're on another cruise. I clicked to the first slide, a spreadsheet. This is 5 years of Mom's medical appointments, 412 scheduled visits to Mass General. Would anyone like to guess how many Marcus attended? The room had gone silent. Even the waitstaff had stopped moving. 7, I continued. He attended 7, and those were all in the first month of 2020, when he was trying to get Mom to add him to her main bank account. This is ridiculous. Marcus started toward me, but stopped when Judge William Hartley entered through the ballroom's main doors, a leather portfolio under his arm. Judge Hartley, I announced. Perfect timing. I was just about to show some video evidence. Marcus's eyes darted between me and Hartley. What videos? Mom, tell them this is insane. Mom, who'd been playing frail all afternoon, straightened in her wheelchair. The blanket fell away, revealing a sharp business suit instead of the housecoat everyone expected. Actually, Marcus, Mom said, her voice carrying the authority of 3 decades on the bench, I think it's time everyone saw the truth. The screen changed to a grid of video feeds. These are from security cameras I installed in my home 5 years ago, I explained. After Marcus started telling everyone he was my primary caregiver while systematically neglecting me. Diane stood up, her face flushed. This is entrapment. You can't record people without their knowledge. Massachusetts is a 2-party consent state for audio, I replied calmly. But these are video only, from my mother's own home, completely legal. Judge Hartley can confirm. The first video filled the screen. Date stamp, March 15, 2021, 3:47 p.m. Mom was on the floor by the stairs, calling for help. Marcus walked past her, stepped over her extended arm, and grabbed a beer from the kitchen. The audio was muted, but you could see Mom's mouth forming his name. Gasps rippled through the ballroom. Robert Thorne stood up, his face red. What is this? This, I said, is Marcus choosing a football game over helping his mother who had fallen. I clicked to the next video. October 8th, 2021. Mom begging Marcus to take her to her cardiology appointment. His response? The video showed Marcus on his phone, waving Mom away dismissively. The timestamp showed he stayed another hour before leaving, without her. January 15th, 2022. Click. Mom's medication sitting on the counter for 3 days while Marcus posted Facebook photos from a ski trip. April 3rd, 2022. Click. Marcus removing cash from Mom's purse while she slept. Stop, Marcus shouted. These are taken out of context. Context? I pulled up a document. Here's context. 47 signed refusal forms where you declined to provide transportation for Mom's medical care. Your signature on every one. The crowd was murmuring now, voices rising. Nancy Morrison had sat down heavily, her face white. Diane was backing toward the exit. September 10th, 2023. I continued relentlessly. The day you told everyone you spent 8 hours caring for Mom. The video showed Marcus in Mom's house for exactly 12 minutes, long enough to take a selfie with her for Instagram and raid her refrigerator. Patricia gasped. But you said you posted that you were there all day. He lied, Mom said simply from her wheelchair. He's been lying for 5 years, and you all believed him over Holly, who actually showed up. Judge Hartley stepped forward, his presence commanding immediate attention. If I may address the family. He opened his portfolio, removing a sealed document. I've been the executor of Judge Thomas Thorne's secondary trust for 5 years. The terms were specific. The beneficiary must demonstrate continuous familial responsibility for a minimum of 5 consecutive years. Any gap longer than 14 days results in permanent disqualification. Marcus lunged forward. What trust? What are you talking about? The trust your father established through the Massachusetts Judicial Foundation, Hartley continued, worth approximately $8.7 million. The room erupted. Marcus's face went from red to white to green in seconds. As documented here, Hartley held up a thick folder. Marcus Thorne has been absent from his mother's care for a cumulative 1,247 days over the past 5 years. He is hereby disqualified from any claim to the trust. This is fraud, Marcus screamed. Holly manipulated Mom. She doctored those videos. The videos are authenticated by 3 separate digital forensics experts, I said, pulling up the certification documents. Every timestamp verified, every frame validated. Baker McKenzie has copies of everything. Mom stood up from her wheelchair, stood up completely on her own, and walked to the podium. The collective gasp from the room was audible. I've been documenting everything, she said clearly. Every lie, every absence, every stolen dollar. Holly has been my sole caregiver for 15 years, not 5. She just never asked for credit. Robert Thorne found his voice. Margaret, surely there's been some misunderstanding. The only misunderstanding, Mom said coldly, was you all believing that the son who showed up for photos was more valuable than the daughter who showed up for everything else. Marcus collapsed into a chair, his head in his hands. 8.7 million. This is fake! Marcus shot up from his chair, wild-eyed and desperate. Holly edited these videos. She's been planning this. He spun toward the crowd. You all know me. You know how much I've sacrificed. His voice cracked. Mom, please, tell them the truth. Mom's response was to pull out her phone and project a text exchange on the screen. From Marcus, 3 days ago. Old lady probably doesn't have long. Make sure we're in the will before she croaks. The room went silent. That's not... I didn't... Marcus turned to Diane for support, but her face had transformed from shock to rage. 8.7 million? Diane's voice was deadly quiet. You told me she had maybe 100,000 in savings. You said we were doing our duty. Baby, please. Don't baby me. Diane yanked out her own phone. I have recordings too, Marcus. All those times you practiced your grieving son speech for when she died. All those times you calculated how much we could get for her house. She turned to the crowd. He made me rehearse crying. He said we needed to look devastated at the funeral to make sure Holly didn't contest anything. Judge Hartley cleared his throat. I should also mention that attempting to defraud an elderly person in Massachusetts carries a penalty of up to 5 years in prison. These videos would certainly qualify as evidence. Marcus's legs gave out. He sank to the floor, looking up at Mom with genuine tears now. Mama, please. I'm your son. Your only son. Mom walked over to him, each step measured and deliberate. No, Marcus. You're the son who saw me as an ATM. Holly is the child who saw me as her mother. Diane's transformation was swift and vicious. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through messages with the efficiency of a prosecutor. You want to see who Marcus really is? She connected her phone to the projection system with practiced ease. Let me show you our text messages from 2 years ago. The screen filled with Marcus's words. The old lady's loaded. Mom doesn't even know about Dad's other accounts. Once she's gone, we're set for life. Another text. Keep being nice to her at family things. Make Holly look bad. The worse Holly looks, the better we look. And another. Told Robert that Holly's been stealing from Mom. He bought it completely. Robert Thorne's face went purple. You told me Holly was embezzling? He tells everyone stories, Diane continued, her voice rising. Last Christmas, while Holly was at the hospital with Margaret for 6 hours, Marcus was at a casino. He lost $3,000 and told me it was fine because Mom's money will cover it soon. She pulled up an audio file. This is from last month. Marcus's voice filled the ballroom. I figure the old bat has maybe 6 months left. We just need to keep Holly away and make sure we're the only ones there when she updates the will. I've already got Diane practicing her grieving daughter-in-law act. Nancy Morrison stood up, shaking. Diane, you knew about this? I found out the truth 3 weeks ago. Diane lied smoothly. I've been documenting everything since then. I was going to come forward today anyway. She wasn't, of course. But Diane had always been a survivor, and she knew a sinking ship when she saw one. I want a divorce, she announced, and I'll be seeking full custody based on Marcus's demonstrated lack of moral character. The family's reversal was swift and merciless. Robert Thorne, who'd been Marcus's biggest supporter, stood up with the authority of a man who controlled multiple trust funds. Marcus Thorne, he said, his voice carrying across the ballroom. You are hereby removed from the Thorne Family Foundation Board, effective immediately. Uncle Robert, please. You lied to me. You made me complicit in your abuse of Margaret. Robert's voice shook with rage. I defended you. I criticized Holly based on your lies. This is unconscionable. Patricia joined in. You told me Holly was jealous of your family, that she was trying to turn your mother against you. She was. She did. Marcus gestured wildly at me. This is all her manipulation. The only manipulation, said Cousin James, a Boston attorney, was yours. And frankly, I'm going to recommend the family pursue charges for elder abuse and fraud. One by one, board members who'd shaken Marcus's hand an hour ago now turned their backs. The symbolic gesture wasn't lost on anyone. Nancy Morrison, Diane's mother, approached Marcus with cold fury. You used my daughter. You used my family's name. We welcomed you into our circle and this is how you repay us? Nancy, You're done in Boston society, Marcus. I'll make sure of it. She pulled out her phone. I'm calling the country club right now to revoke your membership. It's under my sponsorship, after all. The dominoes kept falling. 6 different family members announced they were removing Marcus from their wills. The Thorne Foundation's lawyer stated he'd be investigating whether Marcus had misused any foundation funds. Even the hired nurse looked disgusted. Could someone escort Mr. Thorne out? Robert called to security. He's no longer welcome at family events. Over the next 24 hours, my phone became a battlefield of Marcus's desperation. 50 missed calls, 67 text messages, each one more pathetic than the last. Holly, please pick up. We're family. I have children. You're going to make your nephew and niece homeless? It was all Diane's idea. She pushed me into it. Mom poisoned you against me. I'll pay you back everything, with interest. Holly, I'm begging you, my life is falling apart. You've destroyed me. Are you happy now? Please, I'm your brother. Blood is thicker than water. The voicemails were worse. In one, he was sobbing. In another, screaming. By the 10th message, he'd cycled through denial, anger, bargaining, and depression, but never quite reached acceptance. Mom listened to one of them with me. Marcus's voice was broken, desperate. Mama, please. I made mistakes, but I'm your son, your only son. Holly's turned you against me. This isn't you. This is her. Please, Mama, I'll do better. I'll visit every day. I'll quit my job to take care of you. Just please don't do this to me. Notice, Mom said quietly, how it's still all about him. Not once has he actually apologized for neglecting me. Not once has he acknowledged what Holly has done. It's all about what's being done to him. She was right. In 50 messages, Marcus never once said, I'm sorry for abandoning you, or, thank you, Holly, for taking care of Mom. It was all about his losses, his pain, his children's futures. The last text came at 3 a.m. You've won. Congratulations. I hope you're happy destroying your own brother. I hope that money keeps you warm at night. I blocked his number after that. The financial dominoes fell faster than even I had anticipated. Within a week, Marcus's carefully constructed life imploded completely. His employer, Boston Financial Services, called him in for a meeting after several clients saw the family gathering footage. Someone had recorded it and it went viral on LinkedIn with the caption, "When the devoted son gets exposed." They gave him two options: resign immediately or be fired for reputational damage to the firm. He chose resignation, which meant no severance package. Diane filed for divorce on Monday, citing financial fraud and moral turpitude. Her lawyer, one of Nancy Morrison's friends, was ruthless. The preliminary settlement demanded the house, both cars, and $3,500 monthly in combined alimony and child support. He claimed assets he didn't have, Diane told me in a brief phone call. He took loans against future inheritance he was never going to get. We're $400,000 in debt, Holly. Credit cards, personal loans, even a second mortgage he forged my signature on. The house in Brookline went on the market within 2 weeks, priced to sell quickly because Marcus needed the money for legal fees. The country club membership Nancy Morrison had revoked would have been worth $50,000 if sold properly. Instead, it was gone with no compensation. His BMW was repossessed when it turned out he'd been hiding 3 months of missed payments. The boat he'd bought last summer, telling everyone Mom had given him the money, was seized by the marina for unpaid dock fees. By December 15th, Marcus Thorne, who'd spent 5 years playing the devoted son and successful family man, was living in a studio apartment in Revere, working part-time at a car rental agency, and begging former colleagues for references they wouldn't provide. Reputation in Boston is everything, Robert Thorne had said. He was right. 3 weeks after the gathering, I was formally elected to the Thorne Family Foundation board, unanimously, with one abstention: Marcus's empty seat. Holly, Robert Thorne said after the vote, I owe you an apology. We all do. We saw what we wanted to see, believed what was easier to believe. You deserved better from this family. The apology was public, recorded in the minutes, and accompanied by something even more meaningful: respect. Mom and I had grown closer than ever. Without the performance of frailty, she was vibrant again, teaching seminars at Harvard Law, writing her memoirs, even taking a weekly spin class. We had lunch every Tuesday, dinner every Sunday, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. You know what the best part is? Mom said one evening, pouring us wine in her study. I don't have to pretend anymore. Not to be weaker than I am, not to be fooled by Marcus, not to doubt what I saw with my own eyes. The trust money was transferred in January. 8.7 million, managed responsibly, would fund not just my future, but a new foundation Mom and I created together. The Invisible Caregivers Fund, providing respite and support for family members who actually show up. At the first board meeting I attended, Patricia pulled me aside. Holly, I'm ashamed of how I treated you. You were doing everything right, and we punished you for it. You didn't know, I said. But we should have. We should have looked closer, asked questions, noticed who was really there. She paused. My mother is getting older. I've been thinking about what real caregiving looks like, thanks to you. For the first time in 15 years, I wasn't the invisible daughter. I was simply Holly Thorne, respected for exactly who I'd always been. Marcus's letter arrived in February, 2 months after the gathering. 3 pages, handwritten on legal pad paper. He couldn't even afford proper stationery anymore. Dear Holly, it began, I never realized what you were doing all those years. But even his apology was polluted with self-pity. I've lost everything, appeared 4 times. My children won't speak to me, appeared twice. The phrase, I'm sorry, appeared once, buried in the middle of page 2, immediately followed by, but you have to understand the pressure I was under. Diane had been thorough in the divorce. The kids, teenagers now, had chosen to live with her full-time after seeing the videos. Marcus got supervised visitation every other weekend, contingent on completing court-mandated therapy for narcissistic personality traits with antisocial features. His therapist, he wrote, was helping him understand his patterns. But even that felt performative, like he was saying what he thought would get him back into the family's good graces, and more importantly, the family's money. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Marcus, who'd spent 5 years performing the role of devoted son for an audience, was now genuinely alone. No audience, no applause, no one to fool. His Instagram account, once filled with carefully staged family photos, had been dormant since November. His last post, "Family is everything," had been flooded with comments after the video went viral, none of them kind. He was working retail now, at an electronics store in Medford. One of Mom's friends had seen him there, wearing the blue polo shirt and name tag, helping customers with phone plans. He'd lost weight, she said, looked older, tired. He got exactly what he gave, Mom said when I showed her the letter. Nothing. In March, Marcus made one last attempt at reconciliation, showing up at Mom's house unannounced. I was there, thankfully, when the doorbell rang. I need to see Mom, he said, looking gaunt and desperate. Please, Holly. I didn't move from the doorway. Here are the conditions, Marcus, non-negotiable. I pulled out my phone, reading from the notes I'd prepared months ago, knowing this day would come. 1. You will never ask for money. Not from me, not from Mom, not through any third party. Any request for financial assistance ends all contact permanently. 2. You may see Mom once a month, for 1 hour, supervised by me or a professional caregiver. You'll schedule these visits 2 weeks in advance. 1 no-show or late arrival, and the visits end. 3. You'll provide proof of ongoing therapy every month. Not a note saying you went, actual documentation of consistent attendance and participation. Marcus's face cycled through emotions, anger, hurt, desperation, and finally, something like resignation. Those are harsh, Holly. Those are boundaries, Marcus. Something I should have set 15 years ago. What if I can't afford therapy? There are free clinics. Your therapist can provide resources. I kept my voice steady, professional. These aren't punishments, Marcus. They're protections. For Mom, for me, and honestly, for you too. He stood there for a long moment, looking past me into the house where he'd grown up, where he'd taken so much and given so little. Can I at least see her today? Just for a few minutes? No. Follow the process. Schedule a visit. Show up on time. Bring your therapy documentation. I started to close the door. The boundaries start now, Marcus. Respect them, or lose access entirely. That evening, Mom and I sat in her garden, watching the spring bulbs she'd planted finally bloom. She'd been quiet since Marcus's visit, and I could tell she was working through something. I failed him, she said finally. I created this monster. Mom, no! Let me finish. She turned to me, her judge's eyes clear and direct. I enabled Marcus for years. Every time he lied, I stayed quiet. Every time he took credit for your work, I let it happen. I told myself I was keeping the peace, but really, I was choosing the easy path. She pulled out a document from her folder. She always had a folder nearby these days. I've established a scholarship fund, the Margaret Thorne Caregivers Education Fund, full rides for children of family caregivers who've sacrificed their own education opportunities. Mom, that's wonderful. It's necessary. How many daughters like you are out there, Holly? How many sons, for that matter? Invisible, overworked, underappreciated, watching their siblings get praised for showing up once a year? She signed the document with her judicial pen. $2 million to start. I won't fail another Holly. The fund would launch publicly next month, she explained. Part of the application would require documenting caregiving hours. Real documentation, not Facebook posts or staged photos. Marcus taught me something valuable, she continued. Sometimes the greatest act of love is refusing to enable someone's worst self. I spent so many years avoiding conflict that I forgot justice requires confrontation. She reached over and squeezed my hand. You taught me something too, that showing up isn't just about being present. It's about being present when it's hard, when there's no audience, when there's no reward except knowing you did the right thing. Diane's attempt to control the narrative backfired spectacularly. In April, she posted a lengthy Facebook essay titled Surviving a Narcissist, My Story, trying to paint herself as Marcus's victim. Within hours, someone leaked the screenshots from the family gathering, the ones showing her texts encouraging Marcus to milk the old lady and make sure Holly gets nothing. The post went viral, but not in the way Diane intended. 47,000 shares in 3 days. The comments section became a masterclass in internet justice. So you knew he was neglecting his mother and said nothing? You literally coached him on how to cry at her future funeral. Seek help. This woman rehearsed grief. The Boston Globe picked up the story. Brookline divorce drama exposes elder abuse scheme. Diane's photo was featured prominently, right next to the screenshot of her saying, "Old people die, might as well benefit." The custody battle that followed was swift and brutal. The judge, who happened to know Mom from her bench days, reviewed the evidence with particular interest. Diane got weekends only, supervised for the first 6 months. Her job at a high-end real estate firm? Gone within a week of the article. Reputational concerns, they said. She was now working as a receptionist at a dental office in Quincy, her Mercedes traded for a Honda Civic, her Newberry Street shopping days a distant memory. Nancy Morrison, her own mother, publicly distanced herself. I'm deeply disappointed in my daughter's choices, she told the Globe. The Morrison family does not condone elder abuse in any form. The internet, as Mom had noted while scrolling through the comments, doesn't forget. Every job interview, every new relationship, every attempt to rebuild her image would be haunted by those screenshots, archived forever in the digital amber of public shame. Thanksgiving 2025 arrived with crisp November air and a completely different energy. 73 family members gathered at the Ritz-Carlton, notably fewer than the previous year, but the quality of company had vastly improved. I stood at the same podium where everything had changed a year ago. This time, no one questioned my right to be there. Family, I began, raising my glass, isn't about blood or obligation or performance. It's about showing up when the cameras aren't rolling, when there's no applause, when the only witness is your own conscience. The room was warm with genuine appreciation, not the performed emotion of previous years. Robert Thorne had personally apologized to me 3 separate times. Patricia now called weekly, actually listening instead of judging. This year, the Thorne Foundation is launching a new tradition, I continued. Instead of celebrating those who claim to sacrifice, we're honoring those who actually do. The caregivers, the supporters, the ones who show up without Instagram posts or Facebook announcements. Mom stood beside me, radiant in her strength. To those who show up, she said, raising her own glass, not those who show off. The toast rippled through the room. Marcus's name wasn't mentioned once. He'd become the family ghost, present only as a cautionary tale whispered to younger members about the danger of performance over presence. He wasn't invited, of course. His monthly visits with Mom had lasted exactly 2 sessions before he'd violated the boundaries, asking her to loan him money for rent. That was 6 months ago. We hadn't heard from him since. As the gathering continued, I realized something profound. This was what family was supposed to feel like. Not perfect, not without history, but honest, real, present. The invisible daughter had become the visible matriarch, not through manipulation or performance, but simply by being exactly who she'd always been. If this story resonated with you, please subscribe and share it with someone who needs to hear that it's okay to stand up to family manipulation. Drop a comment about your own experience with family boundaries. I read every single one. Remember, blood makes you related, but loyalty makes you family. What boundaries have you had to set? Let's discuss below. Picture this. You're standing on the porch of the house you spent 8 years paying for, the house you painted, repaired, and made into a home with your own 2 hands, and your own father is laughing in your face, saying, "You're homeless now, little girl." That's exactly where I found myself 6 months ago. While I was stationed halfway across the world in Okinawa, serving my country, my father and brother forged my signature, stole my house, and blew every penny on gambling debts. They thought I'd come home broken. They thought distance made me powerless. They didn't know I'd spent 5 months building a legal case that would destroy everything they thought they'd gotten away with. My name is Ingrid Myers. I'm 26 years old, a sergeant in the United States Marine Corps with 8 years of service. And this is the story of how my family tried to erase me and how I made them regret it. If you're watching this, please subscribe and let me know where you're watching from. Let me tell you about 742 Maple Drive. It's not a mansion. It's not even close. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a porch that creaks when you step on the third board from the left. Sits on a quiet street in Jacksonville, North Carolina, about 15 minutes from Camp Lejeune. I bought it when I was 22 years old. Saved every penny from my enlistment bonus, every deployment stipend, every cent I didn't spend on things I didn't need. The VA loan made it possible. 0 down payment, 2.75% interest rate. I remember sitting at that closing table, signing my name over and over, thinking, this is mine. Nobody gave this to me. I earned it. The previous owners had let it go. Peeling paint, a roof that leaked in 3 places, a backyard that looked like a jungle. I didn't care. I saw potential. I spent my leave days with a paintbrush in my hand, rolling sage green onto the living room walls, because my mother always said green was the color of peace. I climbed up on that roof myself, YouTube tutorial playing on my phone, replacing shingles one by one. I planted tulips in the front yard, red ones, because they reminded me of the ones my mom used to grow before she got sick. On my bookshelf, I kept a framed photo from boot camp graduation day. 18 years old, scared out of my mind, but standing tall. That picture was the first thing I hung in my new house. The mortgage was $1,247 a month. I paid it myself, every single month. No help from anyone. I didn't know that the next time I walked through that door, everything I'd built would be gone. To understand what happened, you need to understand my family. My father, Harold Myers, spent 30 years as a plumber in Jacksonville. Decent work, decent pay, until a herniated disc forced him into early retirement. Now he lives off disability checks and bitterness. He's 58 years old and acts like the world owes him something. Then there's Derek, my brother. 32 years old, never held a job longer than 6 months. He's got excuses for everything: the economy, his bosses, his bad luck. What he doesn't mention is the gambling: blackjack tables at the casino in Cherokee, poker games in back rooms, sports bets that never quite hit. My father worships him, always has. Derek's gonna make it big, he'd say. He just needs time. What about me? I was the daughter who disappeared at 18, the one who chose the Marines over staying home to take care of Dad after his surgery. In his eyes, I abandoned the family. I remember the day I left for boot camp. Derek was standing in the driveway next to his Mustang, the one Dad bought him for his 21st birthday. Cherry red, leather seats. Derek never paid for a single oil change. I drove myself to the recruiter's office in a rusted Honda Civic I'd bought with waitressing money. My mother died when I was 14, ovarian cancer. After she was gone, there was no buffer between me and the reality of who my father was. He didn't hate me. He just forgot I existed, unless he needed something. For years, I told myself distance would fix it, that if I just stayed away, the hurt would fade. I was wrong. In March, I got the orders. 6-month rotation to Camp Foster, Okinawa, Japan. Logistics unit. It was supposed to be routine, but there was a problem: my house. 6 months is a long time. Mail piles up, bills come due, pipes freeze in winter. I needed someone stateside who could handle the small stuff: pick up packages, pay the water bill if it slipped through autopay, call a repairman if the AC died. I thought about asking a friend from the unit, but most of them were deploying too. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen, was 82 and barely remembered my name. I didn't have many options. So I called my father. He sounded almost touched. "You're asking me for help?" Like I'd finally admitted I needed him. I drove up to his apartment, a cramped 2-bedroom he'd rented after selling the family house, with a document I'd printed from a legal website. Limited power of attorney. I'd read every word 3 times. "This lets you receive mail, pay utility bills from my checking account, and call maintenance companies if something breaks," I explained. "That's it, nothing else." He nodded like he understood. I watched him sign it. I signed it. We got it notarized at the UPS store down the street. Before I left, I took a picture of every page and emailed it to myself. Just a habit from the military: document everything. I didn't think I'd actually need it. "Thanks, Dad," I said at the door. "I'll call you every couple weeks." He hugged me, first time in years. "Don't worry about a thing," he said. "Family takes care of family." I believed him. Okinawa was beautiful. Humid and exhausting, but beautiful. Turquoise water, limestone cliffs, sunsets that turned the sky pink and orange like something from a painting. I worked night shifts mostly, processing supply requests, tracking inventory, making sure equipment got where it needed to go. Boring work, important work, the kind of work that keeps the machine running. I kept a photo of my house on my desk, just a snapshot I'd taken before I left. The front porch, the tulips starting to bloom, the sage green curtains I'd hung in the living room window. When the nights got long, I'd look at it and remind myself what I was working toward. Every 2 weeks, I'd video call Dad. The conversations were short, surface level. "Everything's fine. Bills are paid. Nothing to report." He never asked about my work. I never pushed. I sent money home every month, not because he asked, because I'd set up automatic transfers for the mortgage and utilities. My paycheck went into my Jacksonville account, and the bills paid themselves. I just needed someone there for emergencies. Sergeant Tara Collins was one of the few people I'd call a real friend. We'd served together at Lejeune before she got transferred to a different unit on base. Her husband, Marcus, worked at the Onslow County Register of Deeds, basically the office that tracks who owns what property in the county. Tara and I texted sometimes. Memes mostly. Complaints about the food, normal stuff. Month 5, 3 a.m. local time. I was halfway through a supply audit when my phone buzzed. A text from Tara. 3 words. Call me, now. My hands were shaking before I even dialed. Tara picked up on the first ring. Ingrid. Her voice was tight. Wrong. I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. What happened? Marcus was running routine deed transfers today. Your name popped up. She paused. Your name was removed from your property 2 weeks ago. I heard the words, but they didn't make sense. Removed? That's not how property works. You can't just remove someone. There has to be a mistake. There's no mistake. The deed was transferred. Someone sold your house, Ingrid. It's in someone else's name now. I sat down on my bunk because my legs stopped working. Who? The new owners are Michael and Sarah Patterson. Young couple. They paid $187,000. Another pause. The seller of record is Harold Myers, acting under power of attorney for Ingrid E. Myers. My father. I couldn't breathe. Ingrid? You still there? The money, I managed. Where did the money go? I don't know. That's not in the deed records. I hung up, opened my banking app, scrolled through transactions, deposits, transfers. Nothing. No $187,000. No $100,000. No $10,000. The last deposit was my regular paycheck. The last withdrawal was the mortgage auto payment, which would now bounce because there was no mortgage anymore. Because I didn't own the house anymore. I called my father. It rang twice, then went to voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. I sat in the dark, thousands of miles from home, and I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I opened my laptop and typed into the search bar, SKRA Property Protection Military. The next morning, I walked into the JAG office at Camp Foster. Judge Advocate General, the military's legal branch. I'd never needed them before. Never thought I would. Captain Marcus Webb was assigned to my case. Early 30s, black, wire-rimmed glasses, the kind of calm that comes from seeing the worst and learning to stay steady anyway. He listened without interrupting while I explained everything. The house, the POA, the call from Tara. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair. Do you have a copy of the power of attorney you signed? I scanned it before I left. It's in my email. Pull it up. I handed him my phone. He read slowly, scrolling, nodding. Sergeant Myers, this is a limited power of attorney. It explicitly authorizes your father to receive mail, pay bills from a designated account, and coordinate minor home repairs. He looked up. It does not authorize the sale of real property. So he couldn't legally sell my house. No, he couldn't. Webb set the phone down. But it gets worse. Have you heard of the Service Members Civil Relief Act? I had, vaguely. Something about protections for deployed soldiers. SKRA provides legal protections for active duty military, Webb explained. Among other things, it makes it extremely difficult, almost impossible, for anyone to sell, foreclose on, or transfer a service member's property without their explicit written consent. Your father didn't just exceed the POA. He may have violated federal law. May have? There's one more piece we need to check. He picked up his desk phone. I'm going to request a copy of the POA that was used to execute the sale, because if it's different from what you signed... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. It took 4 days. 4 days of waiting while Captain Webb worked the phones. 4 days of night shifts where I couldn't focus, of meals I couldn't taste, of staring at my phone like it might explode. On day 5, Webb called me back into his office. We got it, he said. His voice was strange, hard. He slid 2 documents across the desk. On the left, my limited power of attorney. The one I'd signed. The one that gave my father permission to pick up my mail. On the right, a general power of attorney, broad, sweeping language, full authority to sell, transfer, mortgage, or otherwise dispose of any and all real property owned by principal. My name at the bottom. But it wasn't my handwriting. I stared at the signature. It was close. Someone had practiced, but it was wrong. I always loop my G's. This signature had flat, angular letters. I always include my middle initial, the E between Ingrid and Myers. This signature had a gap where the E should be. This isn't my signature, I said. I know. Webb's jaw was tight. I had our forensic document specialist take a look. She compared it to your official service records. The handwriting is inconsistent with your known samples. So, who? She also compared it to DMV records for Derek Myers. He paused. It's a match. My brother. Derek forged my signature, created a fake document that gave my father complete control over my house, and my father used it to sell everything I owned. What do we do now? Webb pulled out a legal pad. Now, we build a case. Forgery of a legal document connected to a VA-backed property is a federal felony, and violating SQRA adds another layer. He looked at me. They're not getting away with this. Follow the money. That's what Captain Webb said. He helped me file requests with the escrow company that handled the sale. Under military legal authorization, they had to respond within 10 business days. They responded in 7. I sat in Webb's office while he walked me through the documents. The sale closed for $187,000, standard closing costs, real estate commission, the usual fees. Net proceeds were approximately $172,000. He flipped a page. All of it was wired to an account in Harold Myers' name. Where is it now? Webb didn't answer right away. That's how I knew it was bad. Bank records show a series of withdrawals and transfers over a 3-week period. $35,000 to something called Atlantic City Holdings, which, based on my research, is a payment processing company for casino debts. $42,000 to a similar company in Charlotte. $28,000 to an individual named Vincent Rossi, who appears to be a private loan collector. A loan shark. I didn't say that. He looked at me. But yes, probably. The numbers kept coming. Rent payments for Derek's apartment, a $4,800 charge at a luxury car repair shop, probably the Mustang, restaurant bills, hotel rooms. Bottom line, Webb said. Of the $172,000 net proceeds, approximately $127,000 is gone. Harold Myers' current account balance is around $45,000. I did the math. 8 years of service, 8 years of saving every dollar, sacrificing every comfort, building something real, gone in 3 weeks, turned into poker chips and blackjack bets, and payments to men who threatened to break kneecaps. They gambled away my house, I said. Yes. I stood up, walked to the window, looked out at nothing. What's next? Next, we send a cease and desist, and we contact the VA. The cease and desist letter was 6 pages long. Captain Webb drafted it himself. Military letterhead, JAG office seal. The kind of document that makes people stop laughing and start sweating. It went to 4 parties. Harold Myers, Derek Myers, the notary public who witnessed the fraudulent POA, and the Pattersons, the couple who'd unknowingly bought a house that wasn't legally for sale, through their attorney. The letter spelled out everything, the limited POA versus the forged general POA, the SQRA violation, the fraudulent transfer of title. It demanded an immediate halt to any further transactions involving the property and gave all parties 14 days to respond. But that wasn't enough. Webb wanted insurance. He connected me with Linda Hoffman from the VA's Regional Loan Center in Roanoke. She handled cases involving VA loan violations, and she'd seen everything. This is bad, she said over the video call, her face grim on my laptop screen. VA loans have specific covenants. Any sale or transfer of the property has to be approved by our office. We have no record of any request, no authorization, no nothing. So the sale is invalid? Under VA covenant, yes. The transaction was executed without required approval. It's legally deficient. She typed something off screen. I'm putting this in writing today. Official VA notification that the sale violates loan covenants and should be considered null and void pending resolution. I exhaled. Finally, something solid. What happens if they don't comply? I asked. Linda looked directly at the camera. Then we stop asking politely. Forgery, wire fraud, SQRA violation, that's federal territory. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Eastern North Carolina doesn't mess around. I saved the email she sent. Then I saved it again, just in case. 14 days. That's how long they had to respond to the cease and desist. Day 1, nothing. Day 2, nothing. By day 7, I'd stopped expecting anything. My father wasn't going to respond to letters. He probably thought I was bluffing. A girl playing soldier, waving around papers that didn't mean anything. Day 8 changed my mind. A text from Derek. Stop making this a big deal. It's just a house. You can buy another one. It's not it's. And he spelled another wrong the first time before autocorrect fixed it. Some things never change. I didn't respond. Day 10. My father called. I answered. I don't know why. Ingrid? His voice was that same mixture of condescension and forced patience I remembered from childhood. We need to talk about this situation. Situation? This legal business. You're overreacting. We're family. We don't need lawyers involved. You sold my house. I did what I had to do. Derek was in trouble, real trouble. People were threatening him. So you stole from me. Silence. Then, it's not stealing when it's family. That's not how family works. Family doesn't forge signatures, Dad. His voice hardened. You were always like this, always thinking you're better than everyone else just because you put on a uniform. You think the Marines make you special? You're still my daughter. You'll do what I say. No, I won't. He hung up. Day 14. The deadline came and went. No formal response from Harold. No response from Derek. No response from the notary. The Pattersons' lawyer did respond, a panicked letter asking for more information about the allegations and expressing his client's desire to resolve the matter. They were scared. My father was not. He thought he'd already won. The Pattersons didn't deserve this. I learned about them through their attorney's response letter. Michael Patterson, 30 years old, worked as an electrician for a commercial contractor in Wilmington. Sarah Patterson, 29, was a kindergarten teacher at an elementary school in Jacksonville. They'd been married for 3 years, saving every penny for a down payment on their first home. When they found 742 Maple Drive, they thought it was perfect. 3 bedrooms, room for the baby Sarah was carrying, 4 months along, a nice yard, a quiet neighborhood, close enough to Camp Lejeune that Michael could pick up side work on base. They paid $187,000. Every dollar they had, plus a mortgage they'd stretched to afford. They'd already painted the nursery yellow. They had no idea the seller wasn't authorized to sell. They had no idea the property still had a VA loan attached. They had no idea their dream home was built on fraud. When they got the cease and desist letter, they panicked. Sarah called their attorney crying. Michael didn't sleep for 3 days. Through their lawyer, they reached out to Captain Webb's office. We're not trying to fight her, Michael's message said. We just don't understand what's happening. We did everything right. We used a licensed real estate agent. We went through escrow. How is this possible? I read that message and felt something twist in my chest. They weren't the enemy. They were collateral damage. But their presence didn't change the facts. The sale was fraudulent. The house was mine. And somewhere in all of this, there had to be a solution that didn't leave everyone ruined. That was a problem for later. Right now, I had a flight to catch. While I was waiting for my deployment to end, my father was running a smear campaign. I heard about it from Tara. She'd seen posts in a local Jacksonville Facebook group, the kind of neighborhood page where people complain about parking and share pictures of suspicious vans. Harold had been telling people his version of events. According to him, I was an ungrateful daughter who abandoned my family to play soldier. I never visited, I never called. I didn't care when he was injured, and now I was suing my own father over a real estate misunderstanding. Derek was right there backing him up, commenting on posts, adding details, making me sound like a greedy, selfish woman who valued money over blood. She always thought she was better than us, one of Derek's comments read. The military went to her head. Sad what people will do for money. People were believing it. Comments piled up. That's terrible. What kind of daughter does that? Family should stay out of courts. She should be ashamed. A woman I'd gone to high school with messaged me directly. Hey, I saw the stuff about your dad on Facebook. Is it true you're suing him? That's really sad. I didn't respond. Part of me wanted to scream the truth, to post the forged documents, the bank records, the VA letter, to prove to everyone what actually happened. But Captain Webb had warned me. Anything public could be used against me. Keep it quiet. Let the legal process work. So I stayed silent. I let them think I was the villain. And I counted the days until I could look my father in the face and show him exactly who he was dealing with. 3 days before my flight home, Harold requested a video call. I almost ignored it. But something made me accept. His face filled my screen, older than I remembered, more tired, but with the same stubborn set to his jaw. Derek was behind him, smirking. Ingrid. My father's voice was different now, not angry, careful. I think we need to settle this before you come home. There's nothing to settle. Yes, there is. He leaned forward. I've talked to a lawyer. A real one, not some military kid playing dress-up. He says your case isn't as strong as you think. I didn't blink. Drop this, he continued. Come home, we'll work something out. Maybe I can scrape together some money, pay you back over time. But if you keep pushing... He paused, making sure I was listening. If you keep pushing, you're not my daughter anymore. I'll cut you off completely. No contact, no family, nothing. Derek leaned in. You really want to be alone, Ingrid? You really want to throw away your whole family over a house? I let the silence stretch. I didn't throw away anything, I said finally. You did. When you forged my signature, when you stole my savings, when you gambled away 8 years of my work. I was protecting Derek. You were protecting yourself. I cut him off. Because you're scared of what happens if you don't clean up his messes. You've been scared your whole life. Harold's face went red. If you step foot in that courtroom, then I'll see you there. I ended the call. My hands were shaking, but not from fear, from certainty. There was no saving this relationship. There never had been. Now, there was only justice. 18 hours, 3 connecting flights, an ocean between who I was and who I was about to become. I packed light, laptop, legal files, my dress blues, pressed and perfect, because this wasn't a family reunion. It was a reckoning. Tara met me at the Jacksonville airport. She was standing by her truck, arms crossed, watching me walk out of the terminal. She didn't say anything, just pulled me into a hug that lasted longer than either of us expected. You look like hell, she said when she finally let go. Thanks. How much sleep did you get on the flight? Some. Liar. She took my duffel bag and threw it in the back. You're staying at my place. Marcus is making dinner. You're going to eat, shower, and pretend to be a human being for one night. Tomorrow, you can be a Marine again. I didn't argue. At Tara's house, I spread the files across her dining room table. The POA comparison, the forensic analysis, the VA letter, the bank records. Everything Webb and I had built over 5 months. Marcus looked it over while I picked at the lasagna he'd made. This is solid, he said. Really solid. Solid enough? He met my eyes. Your father and brother committed federal fraud. On paper, there's no question. The only unknown is how it plays out in the room tomorrow. Tomorrow. The meeting at the real estate attorney's office. All parties present. The Pattersons, their lawyer, my father, my brother, and me. My phone buzzed. Captain Webb. The meeting is confirmed. 10 a.m. I'll be there an hour early to set up. See you then. I hung up. Tomorrow, everything changed. One way or another. Okay. Before we get to what happened at that meeting, I want to pause for a second. If you've ever been betrayed by someone you trusted, your family, your partner, anyone, drop a comment below and let me know. I read every single one, and honestly, your stories remind me I'm not alone in this. Also, if you're finding this helpful or you just want to see what happens next, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Trust me, you don't want to miss how this ends. Now, let's keep going. The morning of the meeting, I made a decision. I drove to 742 Maple Drive. I told myself it was just to see it, to remind myself what I was fighting for. But that was a lie. Some part of me knew they might be there. Some part of me wanted them to be. I parked across the street. The tulips I'd planted were still there, red against the green grass. The porch still creaked. I could hear it from the car. Someone had changed the curtains to white, and standing on that porch, like they owned the place, because apparently they thought they did, were my father and my brother. Harold saw my car first. His eyes went wide, then narrow. Then he smiled. That smile. I got out of the car. I was in my dress blues, pressed, perfect, every medal in place. I'd earned every one of them. I walked across the street like I was walking into enemy territory, because I was. Well, well, Harold clapped slowly. The prodigal daughter returns. Derek laughed. Nice uniform. Did they give you that for paperwork duty? I stopped at the edge of the driveway, close enough to see their faces clearly, far enough to keep my control. You're homeless now, little girl, Harold said, spreading his arms wide. How's it feel? 8 years in the Marines and you can't even keep a roof over your head. Derek doubled over laughing. I didn't move. What's so funny? Harold's smile faltered. What are you grinning at? I was grinning? I hadn't realized. But yes, I was. See you at the meeting, I said. And I walked back to my car. Behind me, Derek's laughter had stopped. Good. They followed me. I was barely to my car when Derek jogged up, grabbing the door before I could close it. What was that? He demanded. What's with the smile? You think you're going to win this? I looked at his hand on my door, then at him. Remove your hand. He didn't. You've got nothing, he said. Dad talked to a lawyer, a real one. All that military crap doesn't mean anything. It's your word against ours. Behind him, Harold was walking over, slower, stiffer, but with the same arrogance. You think we're scared of some little cease and desist letter? Harold called out. I've lived in this town for 30 years. People know me. They trust me. Who are you? Some girl who ran off and never looked back. Derek leaned closer, dropping his voice. You were always jealous. Always angry that Dad loved me more. That's what this is about. You can't stand that I matter and you don't. I kept my voice level. You matter so much that you had to forge my signature to pay off your gambling debts. His eyes flickered, just for a second. Fear. That's not... Derek. I said his name like it was nothing. Like he was nothing. I have forensic handwriting analysis linking the forged POA to your DMV signature. I have VA documentation that the sale was never approved. I have bank records showing exactly where the money went. He stepped back. You're bluffing. Then call it. I closed my car door. See you at 10. I drove away. In my rearview mirror, I watched them standing in the street, smaller and smaller, until they disappeared entirely. They still thought this was about the house. It wasn't. It was about who I was willing to become to protect what I'd built. Wait, let me clarify the timeline. The confrontation at the house happened around 7 a.m. The meeting wasn't until 10 a.m. Those 3 hours in between felt like 3 years. I went back to Tara's place, showered, changed nothing. I was staying in my dress blues, made coffee I didn't drink, stared at walls I didn't see. Around 8:30, I spread the files across Tara's table one more time. Not because I needed to review them. I'd memorized every word. But the ritual of touching the pages, organizing them, checking their order, it steadied me. Limited POA. The real one. My signature. General POA. The fake one. Derek's forgery. Forensic handwriting analysis. Side-by-side comparisons. VA notification. Official letterhead. Transaction null and void. Bank records. Wire transfers. Casino payments. Cease and desist letter. Proof of delivery. Tara watched me from the kitchen doorway. "You've got this," she said. "I know." "Then why do you look like you're about to throw up?" I stopped arranging papers, looked at her. "Because they're still my family." The word caught in my throat. Some part of me still wants them to apologize, to admit they were wrong, to be the people I needed them to be. Tara was quiet for a moment. "They're not going to be those people." "I know." "Then stop wanting it." She walked over, put her hands on my shoulders. "You can grieve who they should have been later. Right now, you need to be a Marine, clear-headed, focused, unstoppable." I took a breath. Unstoppable. That's right. I packed the files into my leather briefcase, the one nice thing I'd bought myself after making sergeant. 9:15 a.m. Time to go. Captain Webb was already at the coffee shop across from the attorney's office when I arrived. He was in his service alphas, the Marine equivalent of a business suit, impeccable and intimidating. 2 cups of coffee sat on the table, one untouched. "That one's yours," he said as I sat down. "You look ready." "I feel ready." "Good." He slid a tablet across the table. "Linda Hoffman will be joining via video conference. She's patched into the meeting room. Here's what we're going to do." He laid out the strategy. First, I would stay silent. Let Webb do the talking until it was time for me to present evidence directly. Second, we'd lead with the POA comparison. Visual, undeniable. Let them try to explain away the obvious forgery. Third, Linda would confirm the VA covenant violation on the record. Official, documented, not up for debate. Fourth, we'd present the bank records, show exactly where the money went. Fifth, and only if necessary, we'd outline the criminal implications: forgery, wire fraud, SQRA violation, federal prison. "The goal isn't to threaten," Webb said. "The goal is to present facts so overwhelming that there's no room for argument. We want them to understand that their only options are compliance or prosecution." "And the Pattersons?" "Innocent buyers. We make that clear. They're victims too. The solution is to void the sale, return the property to you, and have Harold and Derek reimburse the Pattersons fully." "Can they even do that? Most of the money is gone." Webb's expression didn't change. "That's their problem to solve, not yours." My phone buzzed. 9:55. "Let's go," I said. We walked across the street together. 2 Marines, 1 mission, no mercy. The law office of Mitchell and Associates sat in a converted Victorian house downtown. Hardwood floors, crown molding, the kind of quiet money that whispers instead of shouts. Attorney Gregory Mitchell was the neutral party, a real estate specialist hired to mediate. He met us at the door, shook hands, led us to a conference room with a long mahogany table and leather chairs. Webb and I took positions on one side. The laptop for Linda's video feed was set up at the head of the table. 9:58 a.m. The Pattersons arrived. Michael was tall, broad-shouldered, with the calloused hands of a working man. Sarah was small, visibly pregnant, clutching her husband's arm like she was afraid of what was coming. Their attorney, a nervous young man named Thompson, trailed behind them. Sarah looked at me. I saw fear in her eyes, but also something else. Curiosity, like she was trying to understand who I was and how we'd ended up on opposite sides of a table. 10:04 a.m. My father and brother arrived. Late. Of course. Harold walked in like he owned the place, chest puffed out, wearing a rumpled button-down shirt that had seen better decades. Derek followed in jeans and a t-shirt, smirking, radiating a confidence he hadn't earned. Then Harold saw Captain Webb's uniform, the JAG insignia, the oak leaves of a captain. The smirk faded. Derek leaned over, whispered something to Harold. Harold shook his head slightly. They sat down across from me. For the first time in my life, my father couldn't meet my eyes. Attorney Mitchell cleared his throat. Let's begin. Linda Hoffman's face appeared on the laptop screen. The pieces were in place. Now, the truth. Attorney Mitchell started with the basics. We're here to discuss the disputed property at 742 Maple Drive, he said. All parties with a claim or interest are present. Mr. Myers, you represented yourself as having authority to sell the property. Sergeant Myers contests that authority. The Pattersons purchased the property in good faith. Let's hear from each side. Harold went first. He didn't have a lawyer, too arrogant to think he needed one. This is simple, he said. My daughter gave me power of attorney before she went overseas. I used that authority to sell the house. It was an emergency. Derek owed money to dangerous people. I did what any father would do. Derek nodded vigorously. Exactly. She's overreacting. This is a family matter. Attorney Mitchell looked at me. Sergeant Myers? I stayed silent. Webb spoke instead. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Before we proceed, I'd like to introduce myself as Captain Marcus Webb, Judge Advocate General's Corps, currently assigned to Camp Foster, Okinawa. I'm representing Sergeant Myers in this matter. Harold's jaw tightened. I'd also like to note that Ms. Linda Hoffman of the VA Regional Loan Center is joining us remotely and will provide official VA testimony regarding the property's loan covenant. Linda nodded on screen. Now, Webb opened his briefcase. Mr. Myers claims he had authority to sell the property. Let's examine that claim. He pulled out 2 documents. I have here 2 powers of attorney. One is a limited power of attorney signed by Sergeant Myers, authorizing only mail receipt, bill payment, and minor maintenance. The other is a general power of attorney used to execute the sale. He slid them across the table. These are not the same document, and the signature on the general POA is not Sergeant Myers's handwriting. The room went very quiet. Webb placed the documents side by side, positioning them so everyone at the table could see. On the left, he said, the limited POA signed by Sergeant Myers before her deployment. On the right, the general POA presented to the escrow company. He pulled out a third document. This is a forensic handwriting analysis conducted by the U.S. military's Document Examination Unit. The analysis confirms that the signature on the general POA is inconsistent with Sergeant Myers's known handwriting samples from her service records. Harold's face was gray. Derek had stopped smirking. Furthermore, Webb continued, the analysis found that the signature is consistent with samples from Derek Myers's DMV records. The Pattersons' attorney leaned forward. Are you saying? I'm saying the general POA was forged. Derek Myers signed his sister's name to a fraudulent document, which Harold Myers then used to sell property that wasn't his to sell. Harold stood up. This is ridiculous. I'm her father. I have every right. Sit down, Mr. Myers. The voice came from the screen. Linda Hoffman. I represent the Department of Veterans Affairs, she said. Sergeant Myers purchased the property using a VA-backed loan. Under the terms of that loan, any sale or transfer of property requires prior approval from our office. She paused. We have no record of any request, any authorization, or any communication regarding this sale. The transaction was executed in violation of federal VA loan covenants. She looked directly into the camera. Under VA regulation, this sale is null and void. Sarah Patterson gasped. Her hand went to her belly. Michael's face crumpled. But we paid. You paid for a fraudulent transaction, Linda said, not unkindly. You're victims too, but the law is clear. Derek finally spoke, his voice cracking. This is all fake. It's not, I said. Everyone looked at me. And I have more. I stood up. I'd been silent long enough. Everyone look at these signatures. I pointed to the documents Webb had laid out. The real one, my signature, has a loop on the G. I always write it that way. It's been in my handwriting since I was 12 years old. I tapped the forged POA. This G is flat, angular, no loop, because whoever wrote this never watched me sign my name. Derek shifted in his chair. Also, I always sign my full name, Ingrid E. Myers. The E is for Elizabeth, my mother's name. I've never signed a legal document without it. I pointed to the forgery. No E, just a gap, because the person who wrote this didn't know. I looked at my brother. But you should have known, Derek. You grew up in the same house as me. You watched me sign birthday cards, permission slips, school forms. How did you not know how I sign my name? His face went white. I didn't. The forensic analysis matched your handwriting. Not Dad's, yours. You forged my signature on a federal document connected to a VA loan. I let that sink in. That's a felony. Up to 10 years in federal prison. Up to $250,000 in fines. Harold grabbed Derek's arm. Don't say anything. Too late. Webb pulled out another document. We also have bank records showing the $187,000 from the sale was deposited into Harold Myers' account and subsequently transferred to casino debt collection agencies, private loan collectors, and personal expenses. He slid the paper to the center of the table. Mr. Myers, Mr. Myers. He addressed both of them with the same name, the same disgust. You didn't just steal from your daughter, you gambled away her life savings. The room was silent. Attorney Mitchell removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Harold crumbled. I'd never seen it happen before, never seen my father's arrogance crack open and reveal the weakness underneath. But watching him now, slumped in his chair, hands trembling, I understood something. He'd never been strong. He'd just never been challenged. You don't understand, he said, his voice breaking. Derek was going to get hurt. These people, they weren't the kind you can negotiate with. They threatened to break his legs. They knew where I lived. Then you should have called the police, I said. The police? He laughed bitterly. And tell them what? That my son owes money to loan sharks? They'd arrest Derek, not the criminals. So instead you stole from me. He flinched like I'd hit him. I thought... He stopped, started again. I thought I could fix it. Sell the house, pay off Derek's debts, and then... I don't know. Explain it to you later. Make you understand. Make me understand that you valued his gambling addiction more than 8 years of my work? That's exactly what it is. I kept my voice level, steady. I wouldn't give him my anger. He hadn't earned it. You had options. You could have called me, told me the truth, asked for help, but you didn't, because you knew I'd say no, and you didn't care. Derek tried to interrupt. You always... Be quiet, Derek. The words came out sharp enough to cut. You forged my name. You're not a victim. You're not even a participant in this conversation anymore. He shut his mouth. Harold looked at me with something I'd never seen in his eyes before. Not love, not even regret. Fear. What happens now? He whispered. I turned to Captain Webb. Tell him. Before Webb could speak, Sarah Patterson stood up. Her chair scraped against the hardwood floor. Her hands were shaking, but her voice was steady. Can I say something? Attorney Mitchell nodded. She looked at me, really looked at me. Not with the fear I'd seen earlier, but with something else. Recognition. We didn't know, she said. I swear to God, we didn't know. We went through a real estate agent. Everything was official. We did title searches, inspections, all of it. I believe you. Her eyes widened. She hadn't expected that. I know you're not the bad guys here, I continued. You bought a house. You were building a life. You didn't ask for any of this. Michael Patterson spoke up. But we're living in your house. The nursery. His voice broke. We painted it yellow. Sarah's mom gave us a crib. Sarah put her hand on his arm. Then she turned to my father. You sold us a home that wasn't yours to sell, she said. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the room. We gave you every dollar we had. And you knew. You knew it was wrong. And you did it anyway. Harold wouldn't look at her. We're not fighting Sergeant Myers, Sarah said to Attorney Mitchell. We understand the house isn't legally ours. She touched her belly. We just need to be okay. I spoke before I could second-guess myself. I'll give you 60 days to find somewhere new, not 30, 60. And if there's anything I can do to help, veteran networks, housing resources, I'll make calls. Sarah's eyes filled with tears. Why would you do that? Because I know what it feels like to lose your home, and I won't be the one who does that to you. Attorney Mitchell cleared his throat. The room fell silent. Even Derek, who had been twitching nervously in his chair, went still. Based on the evidence presented, Mitchell began, reading from notes he'd been making, it is the conclusion of this mediation that the sale of property at 742 Maple Drive was executed fraudulently and in violation of both the terms of the original power of attorney and federal VA loan covenants. Harold's head dropped. The sale is hereby recommended for judicial nullification. Title should revert to the original owner, Sergeant Ingrid E. Myers. I felt the words land, but I didn't let myself react, not yet. Regarding restitution, Mitchell continued, Harold and Derek Myers are jointly liable for the $187,000 paid by the Pattersons, plus reasonable legal fees and damages, estimated at $15,000 to $20,000. I don't have that money, Harold said weakly. That's not Sergeant Myers' concern, Mitchell replied. You have 90 days to establish a repayment plan. Failure to do so will result in civil judgment against your assets, and the case file will be forwarded to the U.S. Attorney's Office for potential criminal prosecution. He turned to Derek. Mr. Derek Myers, the evidence of document forgery is substantial. The matter will be referred to federal investigators. You should retain criminal defense counsel immediately. Derek looked like he was going to be sick. Finally, Mitchell said, Ms. Hoffman, can you confirm the VA's position? Linda's face on the screen was impassive. Confirmed. The VA considers this matter closed in favor of Sergeant Myers. We will cooperate fully with any criminal investigation. Mitchell set down his pen. I think we're done here. 90 days, $187,000, or federal prison. I looked at my father. He couldn't look back. The meeting ended in silence. Harold stood up slowly, like a man carrying weights on his shoulders. He walked toward the door without looking at anyone. Not me, not Derek, not even Attorney Mitchell. Derek followed, but stopped at the threshold. He turned around. You happy now? His voice cracked with something between rage and despair. You destroyed this family. I met his eyes. No, Derek. You destroyed this family when you forged my name. I'm just holding up the mirror. He stared at me for a long moment. I thought he might scream, might lunge, might do something stupid enough to add assault charges to his list. But instead, he just shook his head. You're cold, he said. You were always cold. Then he left. Harold was already down the hallway. He didn't look back. He didn't say goodbye. 26 years his daughter, and he walked away without a word. I stood in the conference room, watching the empty doorway, and felt nothing. No satisfaction, no grief, just stillness. Sarah Patterson approached me hesitantly. Sergeant Myers? I turned. The house, she said softly. Before we moved in, I found these red tulips in the front yard. They were beautiful. I watered them every day. She paused. I didn't know they were yours. I smiled, the first real smile in weeks. Take a cutting before you go, I said. Plant them wherever you land next. They're survivors. They'll bloom anywhere. Sarah's eyes welled up. She reached out and squeezed my hand. Thank you, she whispered, for being kinder than you had to be. She rejoined Michael, and they walked out together, not broken, just changed. Captain Webb appeared beside me. You did good, Sergeant. I know, but I didn't feel good. Not yet. Maybe not for a long time. All right, we're getting close to the end now, and honestly, this next part still gets to me. If you've made it this far, you're officially part of this journey with me. I'd love to know, would you have done the same thing in my situation? Drop your answer in the comments. And if you haven't already, please subscribe and share this video with someone who needs to hear that standing up for yourself is always worth it. Let's finish this together. 3 days after the meeting, I invited the Pattersons for coffee. We met at a small cafe near the waterfront. Neutral territory, no lawyers, no documents. Just 3 people trying to find a way forward. Michael came straight from work, sawdust still on his boots. Sarah wore a sundress that stretched over her growing belly. They looked exhausted. They looked scared. I want you to know something, I said once we sat down. I don't blame you, not for any of this. Michael shook his head. We should have checked more carefully. You did everything right. You used a real estate agent. You went through escrow. You got title insurance. I leaned forward. The system failed you. My father failed you. But you didn't do anything wrong. Sarah's shoulders dropped. Some tension she'd been carrying since that conference room finally released. I've been thinking, I continued, about how to make this work. Here's what I'm proposing. I laid it out. 60 days, not 30. I'd connected with a veteran housing organization that helped military families find temporary rentals. Marcus had contacts there from his work at the Register of Deeds. They'd found 2 options already, both within the Pattersons' budget. Once my father makes restitution, or once the court orders it, you'll get every dollar back, I said, including what you spent on lawyers. Michael stared at his coffee. Why are you doing this? You'd be within your rights to just throw us out. Because I know what it's like to lose everything overnight, to have the ground pulled out from under you. I met his eyes. I won't do that to someone else, especially not. I looked at Sarah's belly. Not when you're building something new. Sarah reached across the table and covered my hand with hers. You're nothing like they said you were. No, I agreed. I'm not. 2 weeks later, Captain Webb called. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina has opened an official investigation. I was sitting on Tara's porch, watching the sunset. The phone felt heavy in my hand. Tell me. They're looking at 3 charges. First, forgery of a legal document connected to federally backed property. That's a Class D felony. Second, wire fraud. The electronic transfer of funds from the fraudulent sale crosses state lines, which makes it federal jurisdiction. Third, conspiracy to commit fraud, since there's evidence both Harold and Derek planned this together. I'd known it was coming, but hearing it out loud made it real in a way it hadn't been before. What are they facing? Derek is in serious trouble. The forgery charge alone carries 5 to 10 years. Wire fraud adds another potential 5. If convicted on all counts, he's looking at 10 to 15 in federal prison. Webb paused. Harold is complicated. He used the forged document, but he didn't create it. His exposure is probably 2 to 5 years, or possibly a plea deal for probation and restitution. Have they been contacted? Yesterday. Both were served with subpoenas. Derek apparently tried to blame Harold. Harold tried to blame Derek. A hint of dark amusement entered Webb's voice. The prosecutor said it was the fastest mutual self-incrimination he'd ever seen. I should have felt something. Triumph, satisfaction, closure. Instead, I felt hollow. Ingrid? Webb's voice softened. You okay? I don't know. I watched the last sliver of sun disappear below the horizon. I thought this would feel like victory, But they're still my family. Or they were. Families aren't always what we need them to be. No, I agreed. They're not. Money has a way of clarifying things. Within a month of the federal investigation announcement, Harold and Derek's lawyer, they'd finally gotten one, a public defender who looked perpetually exhausted, reached out with a settlement proposal. They wanted to avoid prison. They were willing to pay. Here's what they put together. Derek's Mustang, the cherry red one Dad had bought him for his 21st birthday. They sold it for $12,000. Derek didn't even fight it. First time in his life he gave up something without whining. Harold's house. The two-bedroom apartment where he'd been living since retirement was actually a condo he owned outright. On the market, $145,000. That left $30,000 outstanding. Derek agreed to a payment plan, $500 a month for 5 years, garnished directly from whatever wages he managed to earn. Given his work history, that number might as well have been $1 million. The Pattersons got their money back, all of it, $187,000 plus $8,000 in legal fees. Their attorney called to confirm the wire transfer. Sarah cried on the phone. Harold had to move into a rental apartment. First time in his life he didn't own property. First time in his life he had to answer to a landlord, pay rent on time, follow someone else's rules. Derek had to get a job, a real one. No more waiting for his break. No more poker games in back rooms. His first paycheck went directly to the restitution fund. And me? I didn't take a cent from either of them. I didn't want their money. I wanted them to understand what it costs to steal from someone who had nothing but what she built with her own hands. The money they paid went to the Pattersons. The house came back to me. That was enough. 6 months after the meeting at Attorney Mitchell's office, the federal court handed down its verdict. Derek Michael Myers, guilty on 2 counts, forgery of a federal document and conspiracy to commit fraud. Sentenced to 3 years in federal prison, with 18 months to be served and the remainder suspended pending good behavior and continued restitution payments. Harold Eugene Myers, guilty on 1 count, fraudulent use of a forged document. Sentenced to 2 years probation, 200 hours of community service, and a permanent restriction prohibiting him from serving as power of attorney or fiduciary for any person. I didn't attend the sentencing. Captain Webb offered to fly me to the courthouse, but I declined. I'd already said everything I needed to say in documents, in testimony, in the evidence that spoke for itself. I didn't need to watch my father and brother walk out of a federal courtroom in handcuffs to know that justice had been done. Webb called me afterward. Derek is being processed at FCI Butner, he said. Medium security. He'll be eligible for early release in about 14 months if he behaves. And Harold? Checking in with the probation officer monthly, doing his community service at a highway cleanup crew. Webb paused. The judge told him it was one of the most egregious cases of family betrayal he'd ever presided over. I sat with that for a moment. I don't feel sorry for them, I said finally. You shouldn't. But I don't feel happy either. Webb was quiet for a moment. Then, that's probably the healthiest response you could have. This wasn't about revenge. It was about reclaiming what was yours. You did that. The rest is just aftermath. Aftermath. That's exactly what it was. The day I walked back into 742 Maple Drive, I almost didn't recognize it. The Pattersons had been kind. They'd cleaned before they left. Floors swept, counters wiped, windows washed. But the house was empty now. Bare walls, bare rooms. Nothing left but the bones of what I'd built. I stood in the living room where I used to have a couch, a bookshelf, a framed photo from boot camp. All of it was gone, sold or donated when my father needed to squeeze out every last dollar for Derek's debts. The sage green paint was covered now. Someone had repainted it beige, landlord neutral. I walked through each room slowly, the kitchen where I'd learned to cook actual meals instead of MREs. The bathroom with the faucet I'd fixed myself after watching YouTube tutorials for 3 hours. The bedroom where I'd slept on a mattress on the floor for the first 6 months because I couldn't afford a frame. In the backyard, I found the tulips. Red. Still blooming. Somehow, through all of it, they'd survived. I knelt in the dirt, touching the petals. My mother's favorite flower. The only thing in this house that was exactly how I'd left it. And then, for the first time since any of this started, I cried. Not from sadness, not from anger, from relief. It was over. I was home. And no one, not my father, not my brother, not anyone, could take that away from me again. I stayed in that backyard until the sun went down, watching the shadows stretch across the grass I'd mowed 100 times. Then I stood up, wiped my face, and went inside to start again. The house was empty, but it was mine, and that was enough. 3 months later, I stood at attention one last time. My honorable discharge ceremony was small. A handful of officers, a few friends from the unit, Tara with her phone out recording everything. 8 years of service reduced to a folded flag, a handshake, and a DD-214 that said I'd done my duty. I didn't regret a single day. The transition back to civilian life was harder than I expected. 8 years of structure, routine, purpose, suddenly replaced by silence. No 0500 wake-up calls, no formations, no one telling me where to be and when. But I had a plan. The GI Bill covered tuition. I enrolled at Coastal Carolina Community College Criminal Justice Program. 2-year degree, with the option to transfer to a 4-year university afterward. Why criminal justice? Because I understood what injustice felt like. Because I'd seen the system work. Slowly, painfully, but eventually. Because I wanted to be part of making it work faster for people who didn't have military lawyers on their side. I furnished the house slowly. Secondhand couch from a Veterans Assistance Center, kitchen table from a garage sale, the framed boot camp photo I ordered reprinted and hung back in its place on the living room wall. Tara visited on weekends. We'd sit on the porch, drinking beer, watching the neighborhood settle into evening. "You doing okay?" she asked once. "I think so." "You talked to your dad?" "No." "Your brother?" "Definitely no." She nodded, didn't push. "You know what I've learned?" I said. "Family isn't the people who share your blood. It's the people who show up when everything falls apart." She clinked her bottle against mine. "Then I guess I'm family." "You always were." The tulips bloomed again that spring, red as ever, so that's my story. It's not pretty. It's not the kind of family reunion anyone dreams of. But it's real. And if it helps even one person realize they deserve better, then every sleepless night was worth it. Here's what I learned. Not every family is safe. Not every parent deserves forgiveness. Not every sibling is worth saving. Blood doesn't give anyone the right to betray you. And walking away isn't abandonment. Sometimes it's survival. I used to believe that family meant unconditional loyalty, that no matter what my father did, no matter what Derek cost me, I owed them something just because we shared DNA. I don't believe that anymore. What I believe now is this: you owe people what they earn. Respect is earned, trust is earned, loyalty is earned, and if someone takes from you your money, your home, your peace of mind, you have every right to take it back. I didn't destroy my family. My father and brother destroyed it long before I came home. All I did was refuse to be buried in the rubble. If you're watching this, and you've been where I was, manipulated, stolen from, gaslit into thinking it was your fault, know that you're not alone, and you don't have to stay quiet. Document everything. Know your rights. Find allies who believe you. And when the time comes, when you're standing on that porch and they're laughing at you, calling you homeless, smile back, because the truth always comes out, and the truth is your weapon. My name is Ingrid Myers. I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I served my country for 8 years. And this is my house. If you're watching this, please subscribe and share with someone who needs to hear that standing up for yourself is always worth it. Check out the links in the description for more stories like mine. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And remember, your story matters too. That's my story. If this resonated with you, I'd love for you to subscribe to this channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next one. Drop a comment and tell me, what would you have done in my situation? I read every single comment, and honestly, your words keep me going. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I'm Ingrid Myers, and I'll see you in the next one. When I got a full ride scholarship, my dad said, "Good. Now I can use your college fund on a real family vacation." He posted photos from the beach with the caption, "No dead weight this time." He didn't notice who commented underneath. I'm Gloria Young, 22 years old, and this is the story of how one comment from a stranger destroyed the image my father spent 8 years building, while I didn't have to lift a finger. If you're watching this, please subscribe and let me know where you are watching from. To understand what happened, you need to understand my family, or rather, the family I stopped being part of when I was 14. My mother died when I was 12, ovarian cancer. She fought for 18 months, and I sat beside her hospital bed every day after school, reading her favorite books aloud until she couldn't stay awake anymore. 2 years after she passed, my father married Melissa, a woman he'd met at a real estate conference. She came with 2 children from her previous marriage, Brandon, who was 11 at the time, and Chloe, who was 8. I tried. God, I tried to make it work, but somewhere along the way I became invisible. In our living room, there's a wall of family photos, 23 frames, carefully arranged by Melissa in 2016. I counted them once, during a Thanksgiving, when no one noticed I'd left the dinner table early. Not a single photo of me exists on that wall after 2015, the year my father remarried. It wasn't dramatic. There was no announcement, no family meeting where they decided I didn't belong. I just faded. Birthday dinners became immediate family only, which somehow didn't include me. Christmas cards featured 4 smiling faces, never 5. When my father posted his family Sunday photos on Facebook, I was never tagged, never mentioned, never there. I didn't disappear all at once. I was erased slowly, pixel by pixel, until no one remembered I'd ever been in the frame. Over the past 4 years, my father posted 847 family photos on Facebook. I know because I counted during one particularly lonely night in my dorm room. I appear in exactly 3 of them, all large group shots where I'm standing at the edge, half cropped out. But I didn't know then that the numbers were about to matter in ways none of us expected. The money was supposed to be mine. When my mother died, she left behind a life insurance policy worth $45,000. The paperwork was clear. I found a copy years later in a box of her things my father had shoved into the garage. For Gloria's education, she'd written in a letter to her attorney, so she never has to depend on anyone. My father became the trustee. He called it Gloria's college fund whenever relatives asked, which made him sound responsible and caring. What he didn't mention was how that fund worked in practice. Brandon, my stepbrother, graduated high school with a 2.8 GPA and a vague interest in business. My father enrolled him at a private university in San Antonio. $38,000 per year, no scholarships, no financial aid. He needs the structure, my father explained at dinner once. Some kids just need more support. I graduated with a 3.94 GPA, a research position in the computer science department, and acceptance to the honors program at UT Austin. My father covered my tuition from the fund, and nothing else. The fund is for tuition, Gloria, not spending money. So I worked 20 hours a week at the university library, another 10 hours tutoring high school students in calculus. I ate ramen 4 nights a week and learned to stretch a dollar until it screamed. Last summer, I asked my father for $200 to buy textbooks for a machine learning course. He said the budget was tight. That same week, he bought Brandon a 2,199 MacBook Pro. For online classes, Melissa explained, as if that made it reasonable. I didn't argue. I never argued. I just found a PDF version of the textbook and highlighted passages on my 6-year-old laptop until 2 in the morning. I didn't know yet that the fund was about to serve a very different purpose. My father has 127,000 followers on Facebook. I know that sounds strange to lead with, but it matters. It matters because Richard Young isn't just a father. He's a brand. Family Man Richard, as his bio reads, complete with a sunset photo of him hugging Brandon and Chloe on some beach I was never invited to. He works as a senior manager at Pinnacle Realty Group, one of the largest real estate agencies in Austin. His Facebook isn't just personal, it's professional. Clients find him there. Colleagues comment on his posts. His carefully curated image of the devoted family man has helped him close deals worth millions. His most viral post, 14,000 likes, 2,300 shares, was a photo of him taking Brandon to a football game. The caption read, "Nothing beats quality time with my son. Raising good men, one game at a time. Hashtag proud dad, hashtag family first." I saw that post from my dorm room, eating cold leftover pizza I'd saved from a department meeting. I didn't comment. I never commented. Here's what I eventually realized. My father doesn't hate me. That would require him to feel something about me at all. I'm simply not useful to his narrative. I'm not photogenic enough, not enthusiastic enough, not enough to fit the aesthetic he's built. I don't generate engagement. I don't inspire comments about what a wonderful father he is. I'm bad content. On Facebook, my father is the perfect dad. In real life, I'm the daughter who doesn't exist. But on March 15th, I received an email that would change everything and force my father to see me whether he wanted to or not. March 15th, 7:23 a.m. I was working the early shift at the university library, shelving returns in the quiet hour before students started trickling in for their morning study sessions. My phone buzzed in my back pocket, an email notification I almost ignored. The sender line read, "Stanford Graduate Admissions." I stopped breathing. I'd applied for the Morrison Whitfield Fellowship 3 months earlier, more out of desperate hope than realistic expectation. The fellowship covered everything: tuition, living expenses, research funding, for a master's program in data science at Stanford. Total value, $187,000 over 2 years. Only 12 recipients nationwide. Over 4,000 applicants. I opened the email with shaking hands. Dear Ms. Young, on behalf of the Morrison Whitfield Foundation and Stanford University, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected as one of 12 recipients of the Morrison Whitfield Fellowship for the 2024-2025 academic year. I read it 3 times. Then I walked to the library bathroom, locked myself in a stall, and cried for 15 minutes. For the first time in 4 years, every sleepless night felt worth it. Every meal I'd skipped to afford textbooks. Every time I'd been called dead weight and swallowed my response. It all meant something. But one line in the email caught my attention more than the rest. Dr. Eleanor Whitfield, Foundation Chair, has personally reviewed your application and noted your exceptional research on predictive modeling for natural disaster response. She has expressed interest in meeting you during orientation week. I didn't know who Dr. Eleanor Whitfield was, not yet. I would learn soon enough, and so would my father. I called my father that afternoon. I don't know why. Hope, maybe. Some stubborn part of me that still believed good news might unlock something in him. Pride, affection, acknowledgement, anything. He picked up on the 4th ring. Gloria, what is it? Dad, I got in. The Stanford Fellowship. Full ride. They're paying for everything. Silence. 5 seconds. 10. Then. Good. I waited for more. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Your mother would be so happy. Good, he repeated. That means I can finally use your college fund for something useful. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? I've been planning a family trip to Maui for months, but the budget wasn't there. Now that you don't need the fund anymore. He paused, and I could hear Melissa saying something in the background. We can finally do it right. 5-star resort, ocean view suite. The works. We? Me, Melissa, Brandon, and Chloe. A real family vacation. I gripped my phone so hard my knuckles went white. Am I invited? He sighed, the kind of sigh you give when someone asks an obvious question. Gloria, you've got your Stanford stuff to figure out. Applications, housing, whatever. Besides, this is a chance for us to bond as a family. A pause. A real family. A real family. He said it like I was a counterfeit. A rough draft someone forgot to delete. The money Mom left was for my education, I said quietly. And you're getting educated for free now. Problem solved. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I've got to go, he said. Melissa's making dinner reservations. The line went dead. 2 weeks later, he would post photos from that vacation with a caption that would end his career as he knew it. But I didn't know that yet. All I knew was that I wasn't family. March 20th. I drove to my father's house to pick up some documents I needed for Stanford's enrollment paperwork. My birth certificate, my mother's death certificate, tax forms. Melissa was waiting at the door. I heard about your scholarship. She didn't move to let me in. Congratulations. Thank you. But don't think it changes anything. I blinked. Changes what? Your place here. What place do I have here, Melissa? She smiled, thin, practiced. Exactly my point. I pushed past her into the foyer. I just need some documents from Dad's office. The money, she said to my back. You're upset about the vacation. I stopped, turned. That money was my mother's. She left it for me. Your mother is gone, Gloria. Your father makes the decisions now. She left it for my education. And you have a full scholarship, Melissa crossed her arms. What's the problem? The problem is that you're using my inheritance to take a vacation without me. We've already booked it. Her tone was matter-of-fact, like she was discussing the weather. 10 days in Maui, oceanfront suite at the Grand Waverly Resort, helicopter tour of the volcanoes, the whole package. How much? $38,000. I felt the number like a physical blow. $38,000, nearly my mother's entire life insurance payout, gone. Brandon's tuition costs the same, I said. Every year, for 4 years. Melissa's expression didn't change. Brandon needed support. You've always been self-sufficient. Self-sufficient. That was the word they used. Not neglected, not abandoned. Self-sufficient. I need those documents, I said. She stepped aside. They're in the filing cabinet. You know where. I walked past her without another word. But as I gathered my papers, I heard her call out, Have fun at Stanford, Gloria. Try not to be so dramatic about everything. I found my father in his home office, scrolling through something on his phone. He didn't look up when I entered. Dad, we need to talk about the fund. There's nothing to talk about. That money was supposed to be for my education. Mom specifically. And you're getting educated. He finally glanced at me, irritated. For free, at Stanford. What's the issue? The issue is that you're spending my inheritance on a vacation that doesn't include me. He set his phone down, leaned back in his chair. You want the truth, Gloria? No, I didn't. But I nodded anyway. Fine. His voice was cold, clinical. You don't fit in. You never have. Every family trip, every holiday dinner, every photo, you make everyone uncomfortable. You're always in the corner, always quiet, always there, like furniture no one asked for. I couldn't speak. You're dead weight, Gloria. That's the reality. And for once, I want to take my family somewhere nice without having to worry about you dragging the mood down. Dead weight. He said it like he'd been thinking it for years, like he'd been waiting for the right moment to finally let it out. Mom would never, Your mother isn't here. He picked up his phone again, dismissing me. And I'm done pretending that keeping you around honors her memory. It doesn't. It just makes everything harder. I stood there for a long moment. I didn't cry, I didn't yell. I just looked at him, really looked, and saw a stranger wearing my father's face. Okay, I said quietly. I turned and walked out. I didn't argue. I didn't fight. Not because I accepted what he said, but because I knew some things couldn't be changed with words. Maya Torres was waiting for me when I got back to our dorm room. She took one look at my face and said, "What did they do?" I told her everything. The phone call, Melissa at the door, my father's words in his office. Dead weight. I said it out loud for the first time, and it tasted like poison. Maya stared at me for a full 10 seconds before exploding. "He called you what?" She jumped off her bed. "He called you dead weight? Because you got a Stanford fellowship?" "Maya, no, 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 hold on." She started pacing. "Let me get this straight. You just achieved something that 99.7% of applicants couldn't achieve. Something that puts you in the top 12 data science students in the entire country. And your father's response was, 'Great, now I can go to Maui without you?'" When she put it like that, it sounded insane. Because it was insane. "I'm used to it," I said quietly. Maya stopped pacing, looked at me with something between pity and fury. "Gloria, that's the problem. You're so used to being treated like garbage that you don't even recognize it anymore." She was right. I knew she was right. "This isn't normal," she continued. "None of this is normal, and you need to stop pretending it is." I didn't have a response, so I just sat on my bed and stared at the wall. Maya pulled out her phone. "Hey, did you know who created your fellowship?" "What?" "The Morrison Whitfield Fellowship. I just Googled it." She turned her screen toward me. "Dr. Eleanor Whitfield. She ran the data science division at NASA for 10 years. She has 340,000 followers on LinkedIn." I looked at the photo. A silver-haired woman with sharp eyes and a kind smile. I had no idea how much that face would come to mean. The Stanford News article went live on March 20th. I found it while sitting alone in the library during my lunch break, eating a granola bar I'd bought from the vending machine because I couldn't afford the campus cafe. The headline read, "12 Morrison Whitfield Fellows announced. Meet the future of data science." My photo was there, third from the left in the featured image. Below it, a paragraph I must have read 50 times. Gloria Young, whose research on machine learning applications for natural disaster prediction caught the attention of Foundation Chair Dr. Eleanor Whitfield, represents the next generation of data scientists committed to using technology for social good. Young's predictive models for flood response have already been cited in 3 peer-reviewed journals, an exceptional achievement for an undergraduate researcher. I stared at my own name, at the words exceptional achievement, at the fact that someone important, had noticed my work and thought it mattered. For the first time in years, I felt seen. I screenshot the article. My thumb hovered over my father's contact for a long moment. I could send it to him, show him that I wasn't dead weight, that strangers at Stanford and NASA saw value in me even if he couldn't. But I stopped. What would be the point? He wouldn't read it, and even if he did, he'd find some way to diminish it. Anyone can get quoted in a school newspaper. It's not like it's the real news. I saved the screenshot anyway, not for him, for me, because one day, I knew I might need proof that I was worth something, proof that existed outside my father's version of reality. I didn't know then that this article would become evidence in a very public trial, not in a courtroom, but in a comment section, March 28, 6 a.m. I stood at my dorm room window, watching the sun rise over Austin. 15 minutes away, my father's family was loading suitcases into an Uber bound for the airport. I knew because Brandon texted me. "Sucks you can't come. But hey, more room in the suite, LOL." I didn't respond. I turned back to my laptop where my thesis draft waited. Chapter 3. Predictive modeling for hurricane evacuation routes. Due in 6 weeks. The cursor blinked at me, patient and indifferent. I thought about my mother. The last summer before she got sick, she took me to Galveston, just the two of us. We built sandcastles and ate too much ice cream and watched the waves until the sun went down. She held my hand on the beach and said something I've never forgotten. Remember, Gloria, your worth doesn't depend on whether someone sees you. You matter even when no one's looking. I wiped my eyes, opened my thesis document, started typing. Somewhere over the Pacific, my father was flying first class to Maui on my mother's money. And I was alone in a dorm room, working toward a future he'd never acknowledge. But buried in my Stanford email was a line I hadn't fully processed yet. Dr. Whitfield has expressed interest in meeting you personally during orientation week. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know why the founder of my fellowship would want to meet a random student from Texas. I would find out soon enough. Because in the next 10 days, my father would do something so publicly stupid that it would destroy everything he'd built. And I wouldn't have to lift a finger. The internet would do it for me. If you've made it this far, I want to ask you something. Have you ever been treated like you don't exist by your own family? Have you ever achieved something incredible only to have the people closest to you shrug it off? Tell me in the comments. I want to hear your story. And if you want to know what happened next, trust me, you do. Hit that like button and keep watching. The best part is coming. The first photo appeared on March 29th. Maya showed me because I'd muted my father's Facebook years ago. She kept him followed for what she called enemy reconnaissance. The image showed my father, Melissa, Brandon, and Chloe standing in front of the Grand Waverly Resort. Palm trees, ocean, golden hour lighting. Everyone was smiling. The caption read, "Paradise found. So grateful for this beautiful family. Hat Maui magic. Family first." 1,847 likes. 203 comments. Maya scrolled through them for me, her voice dripping with disgust. Beautiful family. You guys are goals. Best dad ever. She looked up. Best dad ever. Are these people serious? I shrugged. They don't know. That's the problem, isn't it? They see what he shows them. She was right. To the outside world, Richard Young was a devoted father, a family man who prioritized quality time, a role model. They didn't see the daughter who wasn't in the photo. They didn't ask why there were only 4 people when he had 3 children. Look at this one, Maya said, pointing to a comment. Richard, you're such an inspiration. Your kids are so lucky to have you. I felt something twist in my chest, not anger, something older. Exhaustion, maybe. The tiredness that comes from being invisible for so long that you start to wonder if you're the problem. I can't look at this anymore, I said. Maya closed the app. Sorry, I wanted you to see what you're up against. I know what I'm up against. I've known for years. She put her hand on my shoulder. It's not fair, Gloria. No, I agreed. It's not. But I didn't know then that the worst was yet to come. 3 days later, my father would post something that would change everything. April 2nd, 3:47 p.m. Hawaii time. My father posted a photo album. 47 pictures from the trip. Beaches, sunsets, helicopter views of volcanic craters, fancy dinners, snorkeling adventures, the whole curated fantasy. But it was the caption that stopped my heart. Best vacation ever. No dead weight this time. Just pure family bliss. Finally got to enjoy a trip without anyone dragging us down. If you know, you know. Hashtag blessed family. Hashtag paradise. Found no negative energy. Maya called me at 6:15 p.m. Austin time. Her voice was shaking. Gloria, you need to see this, right now. I opened Facebook, found the post, read the caption, read it again. No dead weight this time. He didn't just think it. He didn't just say it to my face in his office, he wrote it, published it, broadcast it to 127,000 people. Finally got to enjoy a trip without anyone dragging us down. I was the dead weight. I was the one dragging them down, and now everyone knew it. The post already had 2,347 likes, 189 comments, all of them congratulating him on his beautiful vacation, his beautiful family, his beautiful life. Gloria? Maya's voice came through the phone. Are you okay? I wasn't okay. I was sitting in my dorm room, alone, staring at a screen that proved what I'd always suspected. My father didn't just neglect me. He was proud of it. He was bragging about it. I don't know what to do, I whispered. We could comment, we could— No. I shook my head even though she couldn't see me. I don't want drama. This isn't drama, Gloria. This is the truth. But I didn't respond. I didn't know that in less than 12 hours, the truth would find its own way out, delivered by someone my father never expected. I spent the next hour scrolling through the comments. I don't know why. Maybe I was hoping someone would ask the obvious question. Maybe I was looking for a single person who noticed something was wrong. No one did. So happy for you guys. You deserve this. Family goals. Richard, you're such a great dad. Your kids are so lucky. No dead weight equals no drama. Smart move. That last one had 43 likes. I recognized some of the names. Colleagues from Pinnacle Realty, neighbors from my father's subdivision, people from his church group, all of them praising him, all of them laughing along with his joke about dead weight. None of them knew the dead weight was a person. His daughter, a Stanford fellow, someone who existed. Maya sat beside me on the bed, watching me scroll. Say something. What's there to say? That this is messed up, that he's publicly humiliating you, that no one knows it's about me. I closed the laptop. To them, I'm just nothing, an unnamed problem that got solved. That's exactly why you should say something. I shook my head. What would that accomplish? He has 127,000 followers. I have 89. Who do you think they'd believe? Maya didn't have an answer. I sat in the dark for a long time after she went to sleep. I thought about my mother, about the money she'd left me, about all the ways I'd tried to earn my father's approval and failed. I didn't know that I didn't need to say anything. I didn't know that someone else was already reading that post. Someone with 340,000 followers and a very low tolerance for injustice. Someone who knew exactly who the dead weight was. I learned what happened next from Dr. Whitfield herself, months later over coffee in Palo Alto. She told me she had a habit of checking social media profiles connected to her fellowship recipients. Not surveillance exactly, more like due diligence. She wanted to understand the families her fellows came from, the support systems they had or didn't have. She found my father's Facebook through a mutual connection, a professor at UT Austin, who happened to be friends with both of them. I saw the vacation photos first, she told me. Beautiful resort. Happy family. And then I read the caption. She paused, stirring her coffee. No dead weight this time. I read those words and something clicked. I remembered your application essay. How you mentioned your mother's death. How you talked about feeling invisible in your own home. How you'd worked 2 jobs through college while maintaining a near-perfect GPA. She scrolled through my father's profile, saw the wall of family photos, noticed the same thing I'd noticed years ago. You weren't in any of them, she said. Not one photo after 2015, it was like you'd been erased. She opened the Stanford News article in another tab, looked at my photo, looked at my father's profile. I called my assistant and asked her to confirm. Richard Young of Austin, Texas, father of Gloria Young, Morrison Whitfield Fellow. It matched. I sat with it for about an hour, she told me. I don't usually involve myself in family matters. It's not my place. But, she smiled, a sharp, knowing smile. But I've spent 40 years watching brilliant young women be dismissed by small-minded men, and I decided I was too old and too accomplished to stay silent. That night, she opened Facebook and started typing. April 3rd, 8:22 a.m. California time. Dr. Eleanor Whitfield posted a comment on my father's vacation album. It was short, polite, devastating. Mr. Young, I couldn't help but notice your caption. I'm Dr. Eleanor Whitfield, founder of the Morrison Whitfield Fellowship at Stanford University. Your daughter Gloria was just selected as one of our 12 fellows this year, out of 4,080 applicants. Her research on disaster prediction modeling is exceptional and has already been cited in peer-reviewed journals. I'm curious, is she the dead weight you're referring to? If so, I'd love to understand your definition of that word. Best regards. Her profile picture showed her verified badge. Her bio linked to her Stanford faculty page. Her credentials were impeccable. Former NASA director, foundation chair, advisor to 3 presidential administrations. There was no way to dismiss her as a random troll. No way to claim she was misinformed or jealous or didn't understand the situation. She knew exactly who I was. She knew exactly what my father had done. And she'd said it publicly, calmly, with the full weight of her reputation behind every word. Within 30 minutes, the comment had 847 likes. Within an hour, it had 234 replies. The replies weren't kind. Wait, his daughter got a Stanford fellowship and he called her dead weight? I just Googled Gloria Young Stanford. She's literally featured on their website. This man used his dead wife's money to vacation without his own daughter? I've bought 2 houses through Richard. Never again. The tide was turning. The perfect family man was being exposed. And I hadn't said a single word. I didn't even know it was happening yet. But I was about to find out. The comment section became a crime scene. People who had praised my father hours earlier were now deleting their comments in shame. Others were returning to retract their likes, their congratulations, their family goals, exclamations. New comments flooded in every minute. Family first? More like family -1. So the dead weight is a Stanford fellow and you're a real estate manager? Interesting. I'm sharing this everywhere. People need to see what good fathers really look like. At Pinnacle Realty Group, is this the kind of person you want representing your company? That last comment was the one that mattered most. The post's like count, which had peaked at 2,347, began dropping. Within 2 hours, it was down to 1,102. People were actively unliking it, something I didn't even know was possible at that scale. But the comment that made my stomach drop came from a name I recognized. Margaret Collins, regional director at Pinnacle Realty, my father's boss. Richard, we need to talk. Monday, my office. She didn't say anything else. She didn't need to. The screenshot of her comment spread faster than the original post. Someone created a thread. Real estate manager publicly humiliates Stanford-bound daughter, gets called out by NASA scientist, boss sees everything. It was shared 2,000 times in 3 hours. My father's carefully constructed image, 8 years of family man Richard, thousands of posts about love and gratitude and #blessed family, was collapsing in real time. And the person who'd built it was still on a beach in Maui, probably wondering why his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Maya burst into our room at 9:47 a.m. Gloria! She was out of breath, holding her phone like it contained nuclear launch codes. Check Facebook, now! What? Just do it. I opened the app with shaking hands, navigated to my father's post. And there it was. Dr. Eleanor Whitfield's comment, 1,247 likes and climbing, hundreds of replies. A complete dismantling of everything my father had pretended to be. I read her words 3 times. Is she the dead weight you're referring to? She destroyed him, Maya whispered. With one question. One polite, devastating question. I didn't know how to feel. Part of me, the part that had spent years being invisible, felt something crack open. Validation, recognition, proof that I wasn't crazy, that the way I'd been treated wasn't normal. But another part of me felt the ground shifting. This wasn't private anymore. This was public, permanent, unsolvable. My phone started buzzing. Text messages from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Is this about you? What's going on with your dad? Gloria, are you okay? I didn't answer any of them. What do I do? I asked Maya. Nothing. She sat down beside me. You don't have to do anything. She did it for you. But the fallout is his problem. He created this. He published it. He chose to call you dead weight in front of 127,000 people. Maya grabbed my hand. You didn't do this, Gloria. He did. I stared at the screen, at Dr. Whitfield's profile picture, at the hundreds of strangers defending me. For the first time in my life, someone with power had stood up for me. And she hadn't asked for anything in return. My father's damage control was a masterclass in making things worse. At 11:30 a.m. Hawaii time, he finally saw the comment. His response appeared 20 minutes later. Dr. Whitfield, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Dead weight was just a joke about luggage. We always overpack. Gloria knows I love her. This was taken completely out of context. The internet did not believe him. A joke about luggage? You said no dead weight this time, implying there was dead weight before. If it was about suitcases, why mention finally enjoying a trip without anyone dragging us down? Nice try, Richard. We can all read. Luggage doesn't drag the mood down. People do. You were talking about your daughter. Within 15 minutes, his reply had more angry reactions than likes. He deleted it. That made things worse. He's deleting comments now. Screenshot everything. I got it before he deleted, sharing to my story. The cover-up is always worse than the crime, Richard. He tried to delete the original post. Too late. Hundreds of screenshots were already circulating. A local Facebook group called Austin Real Estate Watch, 45,000 members, shared the thread with a damning caption. This is Richard Young, senior manager at Pinnacle Realty Group. Is this how Pinnacle represents family values? The post was shared 400 times in an hour. Someone found the Stanford News article and posted it alongside the screenshot. Side by side, my father calling me dead weight and Stanford calling me exceptional. The contrast was devastating. My father stopped responding after that. His Facebook went silent. But the damage was done. You can't delete the internet and you can't unring a bell. He was about to learn that the hard way. The call came at 2:15 p.m. Austin time. I stared at my father's name on the screen for 3 rings before answering. Gloria. His voice was different, strained, almost desperate. We need to talk. About what? You know about what? That comment, the situation online. The situation you created? A pause. I heard him take a breath. I need you to post something that clarifies this was a misunderstanding. Tell people it was an inside joke. Tell them we have a great relationship. I almost laughed. You want me to lie for you? I want you to help fix this, for the family. Which family? The real one? Or the one you take to Maui? Gloria, you called me dead weight, Dad, to my face in your office, and then you posted it online for 127,000 people to see. I didn't mean, you meant every word. You've meant it for years. The only difference is now everyone else knows. His voice hardened. If you don't help me fix this, there will be consequences. Consequences? I felt something cold settle in my chest. Are you threatening me? I'm telling you how things work. I'm your father. I've supported you for 22 years. You owe me. I owe you nothing. My voice was steady, calm. You used mom's money for a vacation without me. You've excluded me from family photos for 8 years. You told me I make everyone uncomfortable. And now you want me to save your reputation? Silence. Fix it yourself, Dad. I'm done. I hung up. For the first time in my life, I ended the call first. I set the boundary. I chose myself. And I didn't feel guilty at all. The email arrived at 4:30 p.m. I saw the sender, E. Whitfield at Stanford, Edu, and my heart stopped. Dear Gloria, I hope you don't mind that I commented on your father's post. I realize it may have been presumptuous of me to involve myself in a family matter, and if I've overstepped, I sincerely apologize. But I want you to know why I did it. I've spent 40 years in academia and industry, watching brilliant young women be dismissed by people who should have championed them. I've seen too many talented minds doubt themselves because the people closest to them refuse to see their worth. When I read your application essay, I saw something remarkable. Not just intelligence, though you have that in abundance, but resilience. The kind of quiet strength that comes from surviving things you shouldn't have had to survive. Your achievements speak for themselves. A fellowship that 4,068 other applicants didn't receive. Research that's already being cited by your peers. A future that is entirely your own to build. Don't let anyone, family or otherwise, diminish what you've accomplished. If you ever need anything, my door is always open. I meant what I said in your acceptance letter. I'm looking forward to meeting you at orientation. Warmly, Eleanor. I read the email 3 times. By the third time I was crying. It was not sad tears. Something else. Relief, maybe. Or recognition. For years, I'd wondered if I was the problem. If my father was right. If I really was dead weight. Too quiet, too awkward, too much trouble to love. And here was a woman I'd never met. A woman who'd run NASA's data science division, telling me I was worth defending. I typed my reply through blurred vision. Dr. Whitfield, thank you. Not just for the comment, but for seeing me when my own family chose not to. I won't let you down. If you've ever had someone, a teacher, a mentor, a stranger, stand up for you when your family wouldn't, I want to hear about it. Those people matter more than they know. Drop a comment below and tell me who believed in you when no one else did. And if this story is resonating with you, hit subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. We're almost at the end, and trust me, you want to see how this plays out. April 7th, the Monday after the vacation. I learned what happened from Maya, who learned it from a friend who worked at Pinnacle Realty's front desk. My father walked into the office at 8:45 a.m., 15 minutes early, wearing his best suit. He thought he could get ahead of it. Explain, spin, do what he did best. Margaret Collins was already waiting. The meeting lasted 47 minutes. When my father emerged, his face was gray. Here's what I pieced together later. Pinnacle Realty Group had a social media policy. It was in the employee handbook, page 34. Employees are expected to conduct themselves professionally on social media platforms, particularly when their employment is publicly visible. Conduct that damages the company's reputation may result in disciplinary action. My father had Pinnacle Realty Senior Manager in his Facebook bio. His post and the subsequent viral meltdown had been shared over 3,000 times. The company's customer service line had received 14 calls from clients asking if Pinnacle endorsed that kind of behavior. Margaret Collins didn't yell. She didn't need to. Effective immediately, you're being reassigned from senior manager to associate manager. You'll no longer supervise the residential team. Your salary will be adjusted accordingly. The numbers, from $127,000 per year to $97,790, a 23% pay cut. Additionally, he was required to complete a mandatory training course. Professional conduct in digital spaces. 8 hours. On his own time. He tried to argue. He tried to explain. He tried to say it was a family matter, a private joke, a misunderstanding. Margaret's response was simple. Richard, you made it public. Now you deal with the public consequences. He walked out of that meeting a different man, and his problems were just beginning. The social fallout was slower but more thorough. Over the next week, my father lost 34,000 Facebook followers. His count dropped from 127,000 to 93,000 and kept falling. The Family Man Richard brand was hemorrhaging. 3 potential clients canceled home viewings. I know because one of them sent me a message on LinkedIn. Ms. Young, I was going to buy a house through your father's agency. After seeing what he posted about you, I've decided to take my business elsewhere. Congratulations on Stanford. You deserve better than him. I didn't respond, but I saved the message. The Parent-Teacher Association at Brandon's high school asked my father to resign from the advisory board. A parent had shared the screenshot in their group chat, and the vote was unanimous. A local blog called Austin Family Watch published an article. Local real estate manager's viral post sparks conversation about deadweight children and blended family dynamics. They didn't name him directly, but everyone knew. The comments section was brutal. Melissa started getting questions too. Friends texting. Is that post about Richard's daughter? What's going on with your husband? She stopped responding to her group chats, and then, unexpectedly, a message from Brandon. Sis. One word. A word he hadn't used in 8 years. I didn't know it was that bad. I'm sorry. I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't know if he meant it. I didn't know if anything would change. But it was the first time anyone in that house had acknowledged what happened to me. Maybe that was something. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, my father was learning a lesson he should have learned years ago. The internet never forgets, and neither do the people you've wronged. The apology call came on April 10th. My father's voice was softer than I'd ever heard it. Humble, almost. But I'd learned to listen for what was underneath. Gloria, I've been doing a lot of thinking. Have you? I was wrong. What I posted, what I said, it was wrong. I want to make things right. For a moment, I let myself hope. Maybe he'd finally understood. Maybe losing his job title and his followers had broken through whatever wall he'd built. How? I asked. I'm going to post a public apology. Tell everyone how proud I am of you, how much I love you, how the deadweight comment was a terrible mistake. That sounds like a start. But I need your help. There it was. If you could comment something supportive underneath, maybe tag Dr. Whitfield so she sees I've changed, it would really help repair the damage. I closed my eyes. You want me to help you repair your image? I want us to heal as a family. No, Dad. You want your followers back. You want your reputation back. You want to undo the consequences without actually changing anything. That's not... You haven't apologized to me, not really. You've apologized to the internet. You've apologized to your boss. But you haven't once said, Gloria, I'm sorry for how I treated you for the past 8 years. Silence. Because you're not sorry, I continued. You're embarrassed. There's a difference. Gloria, healing isn't a PR campaign, Dad, and I'm not a tool you can use to fix what you broke. I hung up. He didn't call back, and for the first time, I realized I didn't want him to. April 15th, a new email from Stanford. The subject line read, An Opportunity. Dear Gloria, I hope this message finds you well. I've been thinking about our upcoming orientation and your research interests, and I have a proposal. Each summer, I select 2 incoming fellows to join my research team as paid assistants before the academic year begins. It's an opportunity to get a head start on the program, build connections with faculty, and contribute to ongoing projects in climate modeling and disaster response. I would like to offer you one of those positions. The details. June 1st through August 15th. Stipend of $4,500 per month. Housing assistance available. You would work directly with my team on our hurricane prediction initiative, something I believe aligns perfectly with your undergraduate research. This is not a competitive application. I'm offering it to you directly because I believe in your potential. Please let me know if you're interested. Warmly, Eleanor. I read the email 4 times to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. $4,500 per month. Direct mentorship from one of the most respected data scientists in the country. A head start at Stanford before I'd even officially enrolled. Maya screamed when I told her. Do you understand what this is? She grabbed my shoulders. This is Dr. Eleanor Whitfield, former NASA director, personally recruiting you to her team, while your dad is taking a mandatory social media ethics course. Karma is real. I laughed. Actually laughed. Something I hadn't done in weeks. My father wanted a $38,000 vacation. He got a demotion and a training seminar. I wanted to be seen. I got Stanford, a fellowship, and a mentor who believed in me before we'd ever met. The universe has a sense of humor. April 20th. I wrote the email I should have written years ago. I addressed it to my father and Melissa, CC'd Maya as a witness, and spent 3 hours choosing every word. Dad and Melissa. I'm writing to establish some boundaries for our relationship going forward. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking you to publicly acknowledge what happened. Those things won't undo 8 years of being treated as invisible, and I've stopped expecting them. What I am asking for is basic respect, and since that hasn't been freely given, I need to define what it looks like. 1. I will not attend family events where I am not treated as an equal member of the family. No more standing at the edge of photos. No more being excluded from conversations. No more being the person everyone pretends isn't there. 2. I will not participate in any effort to repair your public image. My achievements are not tools for your reputation management. 3. I will maintain minimal contact until I see evidence of genuine change. Not words, but actions. Not apologies for the internet, but apologies to me. I hope that one day we can have a healthy relationship. But that depends on you, not me. I've done everything I can. I've tried to earn your approval for 22 years. I'm done trying. If you want to be part of my life going forward, you'll need to show me you've changed. Until then, I wish you well. From a distance. Gloria. I hit send before I could second-guess myself. My father never responded. Melissa replied with one word. Noted. It wasn't the closure I wanted, but it was the boundary I needed. And for the first time, I felt free. April 25th. Brandon called. Not a text. An actual phone call. I almost didn't answer. We hadn't spoken on the phone since I'd left for college 4 years ago. Gloria? His voice was uncertain. Young somehow, despite being 19. Brandon, I wanted to talk, if that's okay. I sat down on my bed. I'm listening. I didn't know. He exhaled. I mean, I knew things weren't great between you and Dad, but I didn't know he said those things to you, called you that. You never asked. I know. That's on me. A pause. I just believed what Mom told me. That you were difficult. That you didn't want to be part of the family. That you chose to be distant. And now? Now I read Dr. Whitfield's comment, and I Googled you, and I saw the Stanford article. His voice cracked slightly. You're actually impressive, and I've been treating you like you don't exist. I didn't respond. I wasn't sure what to say. I'm not asking you to forgive me, he continued. I wanted you to know that I see it now, what they did, what I helped them do by not saying anything. What are you going to do about it? I unfollowed Dad on Facebook. A small laugh, embarrassed. I know that's nothing, but I don't want to be part of that anymore. The fake family stuff, the photos, the whole thing. It wasn't much, but it was something. Thank you for calling, Brandon. Can I can I call again sometime? Maybe we could actually talk? I thought about it, about second chances, about whether people could really change. Yeah, I said finally. Maybe we could. June 1st. I stood in my dorm room, surrounded by cardboard boxes. 4 years of my life in Austin, packed into containers bound for California. On my desk sat the only photo I was bringing from home. My mother, holding me on a beach when I was 7. Her smile was wide, her eyes were bright. She had no idea she'd be gone in 5 years. I picked up the frame and looked at her face. I did it, Mom, I whispered. I got out. She told me once that my worth didn't depend on whether someone saw me, that I mattered even when no one was looking. She was right, but she would have also understood this. Sometimes being seen by the right person changes everything. Dr. Whitfield saw me, Stanford saw me, and slowly, I was learning to see myself. My phone buzzed. Maya. I'm outside, ready when you are. I took one last look around the room. At the desk where I'd cried over my father's post. At the bed where I'd read Dr. Whitfield's email. At the window where I'd watched the sun rise on the day my family flew to Maui without me. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even sad. I was just done. Done waiting for my father to love me. Done trying to earn a place in a family that didn't want me. Done being the invisible daughter, the dead weight, the problem that needed solving. I had a fellowship, a mentor, a future, and I had myself, which it turned out was enough. I grabbed my bag, turned off the light, and walked out the door. California was waiting, and for the first time in my life, so was I. That's my story. If you've ever been called dead weight or burden or any word that made you feel like you didn't deserve to exist, I want you to remember something. Your worth isn't determined by people who refuse to see you. It's determined by what you build when you finally stop waiting for their approval. If this story helped you feel less alone, please like, subscribe, and check the description for more stories like this one. Thank you for being here with me. My name is Helena Patterson. I'm 34 years old. 3 weeks after I paid $80,000 to save my father's life, I watched him thank my brother on Facebook, a brother who never spent a single dime. 247 likes, 83 comments praising Marcus for being a real man. My brother replied with heart emojis, accepting every ounce of credit for my sacrifice. But that wasn't even the worst part. At my father's recovery party, in front of 40 guests, my mother announced that whatever I contributed came from my dead-end job anyway. She laughed. Some relatives laughed with her, and my brother, he just smiled behind his hand. She had no idea that the surgeon standing 3 feet behind her was about to change everything. Before I tell you what happened next, please take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely connect with this story. Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is there. To understand why that moment broke something inside me, I need to take you back to where it all began. Growing up in the Patterson household, I learned early that my place was somewhere near the margins. Last Thanksgiving, I drove 4 hours from Houston to my parents' home in Austin. The house smelled like roasted turkey and my mother's famous cornbread stuffing. Relatives filled every corner, aunts, uncles, cousins I hadn't seen in years. When I walked through the door, my mother was already mid-introduction with Aunt Patricia. And this, Diane Patterson said, gesturing toward my brother with unmistakable pride, is my son Marcus, CEO of his own tech startup. Marcus flashed his camera-ready smile. The relatives nodded approvingly. Then my mother noticed me standing there, coat still in hand. Oh, and that's Helena. A vague wave in my direction. She does something at a hospital. That was it. No title. No context. Just Something at a hospital. I took my seat at the dinner table, the chair nearest the kitchen door, as always. Marcus sat at my father's right hand, the place of honor. The thing is, I wasn't surprised. This had been the pattern my entire life. When I graduated with my MBA from Rice University, top 5% of my class, my parents didn't attend. Marcus had an important pitch meeting that day, and they couldn't possibly miss it. I crossed the stage alone, shook the dean's hand, and drove myself home. No photographs, no celebration dinner. Just a text from my mother that evening. Congrats, sweetie. Marcus's meeting went great. I stopped competing for their attention years ago. I told myself that my work spoke for itself, that the people who mattered could see my value, but I didn't expect them to erase me entirely. I just didn't realize that my silence could be weaponized against me. To understand my family, you need to understand Marcus. My brother is 4 years older than me. Tall, charming, the kind of man who walks into a room and somehow makes everyone feel like they've known him for years. He inherited our father's easy smile and our mother's talent for saying exactly what people want to hear. He's also failed at every business venture he's ever attempted. The first startup was a food delivery app, back when the market was already saturated. My parents invested $50,000, gone within 18 months. The second was a cryptocurrency trading platform, another 30,000 from their retirement savings. The platform crashed during a market dip. Marcus called it a learning experience. The third, some vague AI consulting venture, was still limping along, hemorrhaging money every month. In total, my parents had poured over $80,000 into Marcus's dreams, the same amount I would later spend to save my father's life. Funny how that number kept appearing. But here's what really got me. Every time Marcus failed, my mother had an excuse ready. He's learning, she'd say. Failure is the mother of success. Meanwhile, when I was 20 and asked to borrow $500 for textbooks, she told me I needed to learn self-reliance. Marcus lived in an apartment my parents paid for. I'd been covering my own rent since I was 22. I never hated my brother for any of this. How could I? He didn't create the rules, he just benefited from them. But I was tired, bone-deep tired of being measured against someone who never had to measure up to anything. And then came January 15th, the phone call that changed everything. The call came at 7:23 in the morning. I was already at my desk, reviewing quarterly reports before my first meeting. When I saw Mom flash across my phone screen, my stomach tightened. Diane Patterson never called me, certainly not before noon. I answered on the second ring. Helena. Her voice cracked. It's your father. He collapsed this morning. They're saying it's his heart. The reports in front of me blurred. Where is he? St. Luke's Medical Center. The ambulance just brought him. They're talking about emergency surgery. Triple bypass. Helena, I don't understand what's happening. I was already grabbing my keys. I'm on my way. The drive took 42 minutes. I spent every second of it on the phone with colleagues, using my professional network to get real information. By the time I pulled into the hospital parking lot, I knew the situation was critical. 3 blocked arteries, immediate surgery required. Without intervention, my father had hours, not days. I found my mother in the ICU waiting room, her face puffy and red. Marcus stood beside her, paler than I'd ever seen him. For one strange moment, they looked small to me, fragile, like children facing something they couldn't charm or negotiate their way through. Helena. My mother reached for me, and I let her grip my arm. Thank God you're here. Through the glass partition, I could see my father, Richard Patterson, the man who once fixed radios and told me I'd do great things, lying motionless under a web of tubes and monitors. His skin was gray. His chest barely rose with each breath. I didn't see the family that had overlooked me for 30 years. I just saw my father fighting for his life. The financial coordinator arrived 20 minutes later. She was a small woman with tired eyes and a clipboard full of bad news. She explained the situation in the careful, practiced tone of someone who'd delivered this speech 1,000 times. Mr. Patterson's Medicare covers approximately 60% of the procedure costs, she said. The remaining balance comes to $80,000. We'll need a deposit of $40,000 before surgery can proceed. The number hung in the air like a physical weight. My mother's hand flew to her chest. 80,000? But we don't have. I used our savings for. She didn't finish the sentence, but I knew. The Alaska cruise, the European river tour, years of luxury travel funded by retirement accounts that were now empty. She turned to Marcus. Honey, your accounts. Marcus shook his head, his jaw tight. Everything's tied up in the company, Mom. Liquidity issues. I can maybe move some things around in a few weeks, but. A few weeks? My father didn't have a few weeks. He might not have a few hours. They turned to me. The shift was almost imperceptible, a slight rotation of their bodies, a change in the direction of their desperation. It was the first time in years they'd looked at me as someone who might actually matter. Helena, my mother's voice was thin. Do you have anything? I looked through the glass at my father, at the monitors beeping out his fragile heartbeat, at the team of nurses preparing him for a surgery that couldn't happen without payment. I'll handle it, I said quietly. Handle it? Helena, you can't possibly. Give me 30 minutes. I turned and walked toward the hallway, already reaching for my phone. I stepped into a quiet corner of the corridor, away from the chaos of the ICU. My fingers moved across the phone screen with practiced efficiency. Priority banking line. Personal account. The same motions I'd made 100 times for hospital budget transfers and capital expenditures. Good morning. First Texas Bank Priority Services. Helena Patterson. Account ending 7734. I need to initiate an immediate wire transfer. Certainly, Ms. Patterson. Amount and destination? $80,000, St. Luke's Medical Center, Patient Services. A brief pause. That's a significant transfer. I'll need to verify. Use my executive authentication code, Delta 77 Alpha. This needs to be completed in the next 15 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Processing now. Another pause. Chairman Patterson, would you like confirmation sent to your primary email? Yes. Thank you. I ended the call and stood there for a moment, watching the fluorescent lights flicker above me. I didn't notice Marcus standing at the end of the hallway until I turned around. He was watching me with a strange expression, something between confusion and suspicion. Had he heard the call? Had he caught the word chairman? If he had, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and looked away. I walked back to the waiting room. It's done, I said. The full amount. They should receive confirmation within 20 minutes. My mother stared at me. Done? 80,000? Helena, where did you— It's my money. That's all you need to know. Before she could ask more questions, a nurse appeared at the door. Family of Richard Patterson? He's being prepped for surgery now. We followed her down the hallway, and the questions stopped. For the moment, saving my father mattered more than understanding how I could afford to save him. 6 hours. That's how long we waited while surgeons rebuilt my father's heart. My mother spent the time alternating between prayer and pacing. She clutched her rosary beads until her knuckles turned white, murmuring the same phrases over and over. Marcus made phone calls in the hallway, something about investors and liquidity, always the business even in crisis. I sat perfectly still, watching the red light above the operating room door. Somewhere in those long hours, a memory surfaced unbidden. I was 12 years old, sitting on the garage floor while my father tinkered with an ancient radio he'd found at a yard sale. The thing was more rust than electronics, but he was determined to make it sing again. Hand me the small screwdriver, Helena. I passed it to him, watching his hands work with patient precision. When the static finally cleared, and music crackled through the speakers, some old country song I didn't recognize. He turned to me with a grin that lit up his whole face. "You see that, baby girl? You see what we did?" "You did it, Daddy." "Nope." He shook his head firmly. "We did it. You and me. And you know what? You're going to do big things someday, I can tell." It was the last time he'd said anything like that to me. After that, Marcus came home from college for the summer. Marcus needed attention. Marcus needed support. And somehow, I faded into the background. The operating room light turned off. Dr. Morrison emerged, pulling down his surgical mask. His expression gave nothing away. "The surgery was successful," he said. "Richard is stable. He'll need significant recovery time, but he should make a full recovery." My mother wept with relief. Marcus embraced her. I stood behind them, alone, and smiled. Recovery came slowly. My father spent 3 days in the ICU before moving to a regular room. During visiting hours, the space was never empty. My mother held vigil from morning until the nurses insisted she leave. Marcus appeared every afternoon with flowers, balloons, and his phone camera ready. I visited during the quiet hours, early mornings before work, late evenings when everyone else had gone home. It was easier that way. No competition for space. No explanations required. On the fourth night, I stopped by after a board dinner ran late. The hallways were dim, and the only sound was the soft beeping of monitors. Aunt Grace was sitting in the chair beside my father's bed. She looked up when I entered, and something in her expression made my chest tighten. "Helena." She rose and embraced me. "I was hoping to catch you alone. Is everything okay? Is Dad—" "He's fine, sleeping peacefully." She glanced toward the bed, then back at me. "I've been wanting to ask you something. That money for the surgery, did you really pay for all of it?" I nodded. $80,000. She shook her head slowly. "And Diane's been telling everyone that Marcus handled everything." "I know. Doesn't that bother you?" I considered the question. Of course it bothered me. But what would fighting accomplish? My father was alive. That was what mattered. "It's not the first time," I said finally. "It won't be the last." Aunt Grace took my hand. "I've watched your mother overlook you for years. I've never said anything, and I'm sorry for that. But Helena, you deserve to be seen." I squeezed her hand. "Thank you, Aunt Grace." But we both knew that seeing and changing were two very different things. 3 weeks later, I was in my office when the notification appeared. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I'd just finished chairing a hospital board meeting, and I was reviewing the minutes before my next appointment. My personal phone buzzed, a Facebook notification from my father's account. I almost ignored it. Richard Patterson rarely posted anything more exciting than fishing photos. But something made me tap the screen. The post had a photo attached. Marcus sitting beside my father's hospital bed, grinning at the camera. Below it, my father had written, "After my recent heart attack, I was saved by the grace of God and my son, Marcus Patterson. He handled everything. The bills, the arrangements, all of it. I wouldn't be here without him. Marcus, you are the pride of this family. Thank you for saving my life. Grateful heart. My son, my hero." 247 likes, 83 comments. I scrolled through them slowly, each one landing like a small, sharp stone. "Marcus is such a wonderful son. You raised him right, Richard. A real man steps up when family needs him. Proud to know you, Marcus. The Patterson family is so blessed to have a son like that." And there, in the comments, my brother had replied, "Family comes first, always. I'd do anything for you, Dad." I set the phone down. My hands weren't shaking. I wasn't crying. I was simply hollow. $80,000. 6 hours of surgery. Weeks of silent hospital visits in the dark. All of it credited to a man who hadn't contributed a single cent. And my brother, my charming, smiling brother, hadn't corrected a single word. I picked up the phone again and stared at the post until the words blurred. But not from tears. From disbelief. I didn't delete the Facebook app. I didn't call my mother to demand answers. I returned to work. There was a medical advisory council meeting that afternoon, routine updates on surgical protocols and equipment acquisitions. As chairman, I led the discussion with the same steady voice I'd used for years. But something had shifted inside me. A hairline crack in the armor I'd built so carefully. After the meeting adjourned, Dr. Nathan Reed approached my chair. Nathan was one of our most respected cardiac surgeons, a member of the medical advisory board and, as I'd recently learned, a close colleague of the surgeon who'd operated on my father. Helena. He waited until the conference room had emptied. I heard about your father. Dr. Morrison at St. Luke's mentioned the case. He said the payment came through remarkably fast. It did. He also mentioned that the patient's daughter was the one who arranged everything. Nathan's eyes met mine directly. I didn't realize you were Richard Patterson's daughter until Morrison told me. Not many people do. You kept it quiet, even from the board. It wasn't relevant to hospital business. He studied me for a moment. Morrison was impressed. Said whoever made that call knew exactly how to navigate emergency medical financing, like they'd done it before. I gathered my papers, keeping my expression neutral. I'm glad the surgery was successful. Helena. He stopped me as I reached the door. If you ever need anything, a statement, a confirmation, anything at all, you know where to find me. I nodded, not fully understanding why he'd offered. Back in my office, I looked at the nameplate on my desk. Helena Patterson, chairman of the board. Maybe